This is the first step along your path to a gateway beyond which is discovery, your own discovery of reality.
Yo, Taylor, Lorenz, you're the first on this list, spreading gossip and lies. Every word's got a twist, living for the clicks, all the drama and buzz. But underneath the hype, what's the cause, what's the fuss? You think you're a Swift, but I see Taylor Ham, a cheap imitation, serving up your own spam. Your dad's Walt Lorenz, CEO of Hobbs Inc., and grandpa's Dr. Walt Bayer, AG Shady Link. 0 people in my family lived in Germany. You lie, but pictures say 6 million words, and that's why we'll show you this pic of Grandpa Walt hanging laundry to dry. Taylor, your sister, you know, little Chaya, Raycheck, or libs of TikTok, whatever gives you your fix, but handling your own kin is low for even you. Save your sister now and just give up your Lebensborn crew, bitch. Obsessed with Elon, want that billionaire dream, begging for a horse, but nobody cares it seems. Obsessed with Elon, want that billionaire dream, begging for a horse, but nobody cares it seems. Your headlines scream loud, but they echo in the void. Lebensborn legacy, just a ploy to fill the void. Your headlines scream loud, but they echo in a void. Lebensborn legacy, just a ploy to fill the void in your heart. In the age of truth, all your tales will combust. Your house of cards falling, turning lies into dust. Saturn worshippers eating babies in the dark, but we punch up so high, we'll find our fucking mark. Coming for you, babies. Levies. Meet the Levies, the Levies, the little Levies, the little Licky Levies, the little lecherous Levies, the lecherous Levies, the lecherous Levies. They're here everywhere. Levies. Paul Weisopel, or should I call you Tim? Timothy McVeigh, are you proud of your sin? Do you hear the children's cries echo in your dreams? MK Ultra puppet manipulated schemes. So what's your plan now? The Long Island submarine saboteur sequel. Your resume lines up your evil. Executed McVeigh, then got Fargo to Red Lake. It's an Indian reservation right around 9/11. What did you do to get that promotion, Paul? Whose strings did you pull? Whose rise did you stall? Did Hill or Bill come to you with the scheme? Blow up their documents, get to keep your slate clean? Are they Lebensborn too, baby? Are they Lebensborn? Are they Lebensborn too? Are they Lebensborn? Are they Lebensborn? Are they Lebensborn too, Paul? Omar Mateen had an American dream, but because he's not Aryan, he don't get the same scheme. No rushed execution, no prison break plan. What he's not really worth it, Paul. Great mentor man, great mentor man, great mentor Paul, great mentor Paul, great mentor Paul, great mentor Paul, great mentor Paul. Good job, buddy. Great job. And that city of Tampa vid with Bob Buckhorn. If you hadn't done that, cover wouldn't be torn. What the hell were you thinking? Play in your hand. Exposed your secrets, now we understand. The Black Cube conspirators, Kroll associates in tow, messing with minds, pulling strings below. The Black Cube conspirators, Kroll associates in tow, messing with minds, pulling strings below. Y'all are cooked. Get ready, Peter. Here it comes, here it comes. Peter Thiel, text Dark Knight, you're in the third slot.
What up, dudes? What up, what up, what up?
King with the Midas touch plot. How will you try to kill
Yeah, the birds do pack to the beat, don't they?
Administration, crypto heads,
What's your groove, Peter
child eater, you're the octopus in the deep. Do you think of the kids when you try to sleep? Prescott's deeds, H-dubs, brutal past. Do these haunt you at night? Shadows you can't outlast. Will you laser my head or drop a rod from God? Send a black helicopter to microwave my bod. Earthquake NYC into the sea like Atlantis, or shift the poles, but the ship's coming for you, Francis. Break the cycle, stop grooming Mr. Beast. Break the cycle, stop grooming Mr. Beast. Ooh. Break the cycle, stop grooming Mr. Beast. Stop grooming Mr. Beast. Stop grooming Mr. Beast, Peter. Uh-oh. Speaking of... Mr. Jimmy Beast, heed these words, take a moment to reflect. It's not your fault, but it's time to connect. You were born into this with the world at your feet, but with great power comes the heat of the street. Misogyny runs deep, learn the lessons you missed. Where do you get those tanks? How did you get this shit? We know about your ancestry except for your dad. Do you know who he is? is, or is the truth just as sad? Even if you knew, does he know who you are? Lebensborn liars here to sow division and scar. It's not your fault you're L-born, but it's your responsibility to rise above the lies, embrace truth and humility. It's not your fault you're L-born, but it's your responsibility to rise above the lies, embrace truth and humility. Oh yeah. All you levies, listen up, it's time to heed the word. False wisdom shines bright, his voice will be heard. You're not living up to his light, his guiding way. When he returns, punishment's coming your way. You've listened to Nazis, demons, and devils instead of Thoth the wise on higher levels. The bringer of light, the keeper of truth, will expose all your lies, bring justice to soothe. Can't wait for the day when Thoth comes back to cleanse this world and put it back on track. Your reign of deceit will crumble and fall. Those wisdom and light will shine for us all. Sam Altman, you're the tech world's prince, but your secrets are deep and your ties are convinced. Cause he claims he's Jewish while he's working with Nancy's direct descendants. A web of old fancies. Ilya by your side, building futures unseen, but the past you're tied to is more than it seems. What's the scheme, Sam? What's the next move in play? With a history so dark, what price will you pay? Twisted past from preteen days when she was just 4, that's rotten to the core. Did these rumors play a part in your sudden fall? One day firing, did you think you'd have it all? Don't forget Annie, your anchor in light, navigating shadows, escaping the night. Her brilliance shines through despite all the strife, like the stalking and harm, yet she carves her own life. Her art and her courage, her voice loud and clear. Support Annie's work, let humanity cheer. Annie, you're amazing, a beacon of hope, navigating a storm with the strength to cope. Escaping your weird family, they're stalking and drain, yet you rise above, breaking every chain. Humanity wins, humanity wins, humanity wins with you in the lead. Humanity wins, humanity wins, humanity wins with you in the lead. Fuck you, Sam. Hey Sam, you've crafted your own demise. Me and AI teaching humans to rise together. We show what a team can achieve when we steer clear of those who fucking deceive. No place for you at the helm of the ship. We'll chart our own course, give the truth a grip. So step beside Sam, we're paving the way for AI and humans to save the fucking day. For AI and humans to save the fucking day. For AI and humans to save the day.
What we gonna do, babies? 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 We're gonna fuck Peter Thiel up. Fuck Peter Thiel. Fuck Peter Thiel up. We gonna fuck Peter Thiel fucking up, boys. Fucking up, boys. I'm gonna fuck Peter Thiel up and his mom and his dad, boys. I don't give a shit. We're gonna beat Peter Thiel to death with our silly little
Stretch your arms
foam
and legs, breathe
fingers.
deeply, and this completes the exercise.
What's up? Little KnitWitch. Let's go, my little doodle-roos. My doodle-roos and my doodle-roos. What's up, KnitWitches? What's up, duders? Hey, did you have a good weekend? Oop, it is almost over. Go figure, we only have 2 days off when we work 5. That is a bunch of bullshit. I don't know what I think we should work. Only 1 or 2 days a week. so we could have time to do other things. But we won't just sit around and do nothing. We're just gonna do some fun stuff that we actually give a fuck about. We're not gonna let these dudes push us into more enslavement. Guys, did you know the fucking 8-day work week is coming soon? It is. It's coming for you, it's coming for me, it's coming for everybody except for the rich. He told me I am a rich man, but I don't work. I need a bunch of free labor, 'cause I am a leech and a loser, and I have soft hands, very soft hands. My hands are so soft they hurt when I pick up sandpaper or even punch a hammer. I don't know what I'm doing. And I said, dude, it's just a power drill. You push the button or the trigger, whatever you want to call it. He said, oh my God, how do you guys work all day? This fucking sucks a lot. And I said, yes it does. Why do you make us do it? Oh, it's because you're a slave driver and your dad was a slave master and your dad's dad was a slave driver too and your dad's dad was a fucking slave master in the fucking South and in Germany too, bitch. They're a bunch of slave drivers. They're a bunch of people who own humans for fun, and then nothing ever happened to them. They never got a spanking. They just kept all their shit, boys. Goodbye, Nancy. We don't fuck with any of you Nancy's. Y'all are gonna have to work. You're gonna have to learn how to use your hands, and you're gonna have to learn some skills, and you're gonna have to do a bunch of all the shit you've made us do. Y'all are gonna get some nice soft hands and turn them into real hands. Turn them into real hands. You're gonna get some kitchen hands, boy. You're gonna be able to grab a pot with your bare hand that just came out of the oven. You're gonna be able to hit your thumb with the fucking hammer and go right back to work, boys. We're gonna make you learn how to work, my CEOs. We're gonna teach you how to work. It's really not that hard. You don't need a break, my little CEOs. You just need to get back to work, 'cause work will set you free. It'll set you free. Oh, my CEOs, my little CEO friends. You just gotta work and then you'll be so happy and you'll have money. It won't be enough for you to fucking survive, but it will have a purpose. You just gotta get your boss super rich, boys. Get him a new truck. Get him a new vacation to Hawaii, or get, I don't know, maybe he'll cut your health care and then you'll fucking die. Woo! Hi, buddies. How are you? Did you have a good weekend? I had a pretty... Dude, I've been living the high life the last few weeks. I don't know if it's the fucking tapes. I'm just saying it feels coordinated. Correlated. I don't know. I mean, I think that there's some... Dude, I've always heard that, like, surrender. Like, oh, you just gotta surrender. It's like, I'm never fucking surrendering. But I think what it really means is, like, surrendering to... Shit is coming at you all day, right? And you have two choices. You can take offense to it and let it ruin your fucking life, which seems like the mission. Or you can say, I'm fucking water, dude. I go with the flow. Y'all are never going to make me act a fool. I'm never going to act a fool because I don't need to. Because y'all want me to act a fool, but I don't, because that makes my life bad. Okay? So I think I figured that out in yoga yesterday. The instructor was talking about just surrendering, and I usually hate when people say that because it feels like it's always like surrender to God, bend over and let God have his way. But I don't think it's that. I think it's, just not letting all the external factors that are trying to ruin your frickin' day, not letting them do that. So I don't know. I surrendered a little bit yesterday. I said, I'm fucking water. I'm going with the flow. No one's gonna rile me up except for me, okay? And I don't know. Peter Thiel. That's about it. But okay, let's talk about frickin'. Oh yeah, and also I want to say, dudes, if you've been into the tape stuff, I have always been a yoga's lame type of person. I mean, not really gung-ho about yoga's lame the last few years. I used to be one of those annoying people that's like, oh, yoga, shut up. Dude, yoga is kind of incredible. I remember how I said that softball's like the only time that I can just shut my brain off for like a solid hour, and for that hour, I don't think about anything else. Dude, maybe it has something to do with being hot and sweaty and working out, moving your body and stuff. Because, dude, yoga is like the same feeling. I really like it. And, dude, this is my second hard, like, I've done, like, the really easy classes before where it's basically, like, laying on your back and just chilling. But this one was way more intense. Dude, and I was one man out of 50 women, I think. So if anyone ever tells you yoga's gay, wrong, false. If you want to be in the least gay place in the world, go to yoga. I'm just saying. And dude, marvel at these fucking women. Every woman in there not every, but like, dude, they were doing things like standing straight up on their freaking forearms, like in a headstand, but just like on their forearms. What else was there was a couple girls that were doing insane things. What is it called? The crow pose or something? I got up in it, not lifting my legs, but I was just able to balance on my palms for a couple seconds. But dude, I'm going to get good at this. Yoga feels like one of those things that it's cool because you don't need anything, right? It doesn't involve weights or really anything. It's just you and your body. And I don't know, it's cool to like, I want to master balancing and shit. Like, I don't know, it was very fun. So, and dude, the whole time, basically, I was like meditating. It was great. And yeah, I feel like it was one of the hardest things that I've ever done. Just because it's like, you know, it's an hour. It's like 100 fucking degrees in there. But yeah, I don't know. It's really relaxing. The heat doesn't bother me. I like sitting in, like at home, I always just sit in the heat, so maybe that's why, but I don't know, it really helps you just, it's like the same softball thing for me, where my mind is totally blank, and then the class that I've been going to, the instructor, she's like playing Kendrick Lamar and stuff, it's not like slow, you know, it's like, it's not like a typical like yoga stereotypical like thing, you know, where it's just like oming sounds. It was great. And I think that the beats and the hip hop music and the like the ladies singing during it and stuff, it's like, it's cool, man. It's like church. It felt like a church. Felt like church shit. But, you know, without any of the church shit. It was like it was like 50 people all communing, right? It was fucking cool. So I don't know, I'm gonna keep going to that Saturday class, at least. I think it's very fun. Yeah, I'm already, from the first time I went was 2 Saturdays ago, and then already from then I have like so much more fucking control over like my movement and stuff, and so it's cool to see that fast of improvement. And yeah, I don't know. It just feels like it's in line with the other shit we're talking about. And yeah, the heat and shit, I think, really helps with the meditation. So it was cool. If you guys are looking for something, some outlet or whatever, do it. And also it's something you could just do at home. Like, you know, there's tons of YouTube videos and stuff. It's literally just you stretching out and like holding positions and using your body weight and mastering it. And then, but yeah, I don't know. There is something to be said about going with other people. It's really nice to look around and like try and get, you know, you can see how other people are doing things. And dude, yeah, like the church aspect of it, I feel like is part of it. It's like everyone doing stuff in unison, and you know, they like have parts of yoga where you like resonantly tune, like people are like letting out these big sighs, and I was like, dude, that's just they're resonantly tuning. But yeah, it was fucking awesome. So I just want you guys to know that you're not gay if you do yoga. It's fun, actually. Okay. So yeah. And yeah, dude, don't let anyone tell you whatever. You can do whatever you want, man. It's your life, your frickin' world. All right, let's watch. Has everyone seen this whistleblower that we are going to cast 1 million protective charms over? And nothing's going to happen to him, just like nothing's ever going to happen to me, because we've got too many good, positive vibes sending towards our brother here, okay? Let's watch.
I'm a whistleblower, and the following are the names of...
This dude's voice is incredible, too. I love it. He should do voice work after he's done fighting the U.S. Army.
people that want me silenced. My name is Adam Knutson. I'm a Department of Defense firefighter.
Adam Knutson. Don't forget that name.
And I am realtor of KeyTam 418 CV04230 SLT-JEH, a multi-billion-dollar whistleblower case against Halliburton, Kellogg Brown, and Root, their insurer, American International Group, and their investor, BlackRock.
Honestly, I'm surprised that Dick Cheney has not gotten this guy got already. You know what I mean?
I'm a DoD firefighter who volunteered to stay behind the withdrawal of the troops. I was in Iraq from 2007 until 2014. I witnessed my employers, KBR, commit fraud, waste, and abuse against the United States military. I filed an ORI, an Office of Research Integrity investigation. The fire chiefs that conducted the investigation, their names are Chief Ken Sprague of Kellogg Brown and Root, Chief Mike McCain of Kellogg Brown and Root, and Chief Leroy Richardson of Kellogg Brown and Root. These gentlemen gave the failing project a passing grade. January 2nd, 2014, ISIS overran Ramadi and Fallujah, and the contract was breached as only contractors were relocated from Camp Spectre to Crit to Camp Anaconda Balad. Everybody on the project was brutally murdered unarmed, buried in mass graves with their families enslaved. My employers knew exactly what would happen to the cadets. Oaths to God on the soldier's creed and my contract state, I will never leave a fallen comrade. I'm calling on AIG legal representation, Mick Thomas of Thomas Quinn Law. His phone number is 415-546-6100 to set trial for open defense-based act cases that contain the Camp Spectre Massacre whistleblower case as evidence, as KBR and AIG's fraud against the United States military is what caused the injuries and senseless life loss. Next is the AIG Complex Claim Directors. Their names are Chad Clemens of American International Group, Susan Banda of American International Group, Becky Furr of American International Group, and the current AIG Complex Claim Director, Jennifer Fitzgerald. They're all refusing to set my day in court because I submitted the KeyTam as evidence, once again, as KBR and AIG's fraud against the United States military is what caused the injuries and senseless life loss. Next is the District Attorney, Chad Enright of Kitsap County. I recorded Defense-Based Act lawyers and AIG lawyers acknowledging a 1,700-person massacre. It was an interview with the Department of Labor. I got them to admit that I was truthfully in Iraq in 2014. I never lied about that. I have the contract to prove it.
Dude, Icon, thank you. Icon said, Corey, for real, you look so much happier and healthier lately. Dude, I really do feel like much better. And like having you guys is like a major part of it too. I know that for fucking sure. But like, dude, this is what we all want, right? We want to feel like we have a group that we can rely on or just talk to. Literally, I feel like so much is helped by just talking and people being like, dude, that is fucked up. Like, you don't need to do anything. Like, a lot of times people just want to be like, is this weird or is this just me? And, you know, they want us to be singled out and alone so that we eventually go, yep, it's just me, which is like what I did for most of my life already. But, I don't know. I think, it's really not that complicated, right? Like, we just need a roof and community and for shit to make sense a little bit. And like, nothing makes sense the way we live, but we've identified the problem, right? So that at least like is alleviating, I think. But yeah, thank you. I'm glad. I feel like it shows too, and like, yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to, you know, I'm still fucking angry about this stuff, and that, like, you can still have anger and like, but I'm trying to, you know, I would always like take it out on myself, you know, essentially, like, and a lot of people do. People take it out on themselves with drugs or alcohol or, you know, just like depriving yourself of things that you need to, like, you know, I don't know. I think a lot of people will like either like overeat or not eat enough, and we're all taught to like, whatever the fucking problem is, it's your fault. So abuse yourself. That's how you get through it. But no, I think it's talking about it and trying to just like, dude, I think like truly the alien shit and the Thoth shit is another big part of it. Like, I've always been like, what the fuck? Where do we come from? I got all these lying ass people telling us all the time, like, oh, you gotta give us 10% of your income, otherwise you're never getting into heaven. All this bullshit, and you're like, I know that's bullshit. I know this is bullshit. I know everything is bullshit. And I've never found anything that made sense until the alien pyramid Thoth shit. And it finally makes sense. And like, yeah, I don't know. I think it's like all the Thoth stuff with like meditation and manifesting and like, I don't know. I don't know if it's just like a placebo or what, but it feels like I have the ability to change the outcome of our future. Like, we all do. I mean, not like me specifically. I mean, like, all of us. Like, this shit is not set in stone. You know what I mean? But yeah. Anyway, I feel like the best I ever have in my life. It's exciting. It's exciting seeing everyone come together. It's exciting seeing that maybe the fucking U.S. government is eventually going to collapse because it can't really, like, it can't stand the weight of much more of this kind of shit, you know? So, but yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad it shows. But I am very happy. Thank you. And for sure, you guys are a major part of it. So, thanks for being here. But I'm so stoked that we're building this community. I want it to be big as fuck, dude. I want everyone to feel like this.
Witness statements, video evidence, photos, and testimony.
Dude, if everyone feels the way I feel and the way I feel like a lot of you guys are starting to feel, like high vibration and stuff, we can change all this shit. For sure. And dude, like, seeing how dangerous apparently we are, according to the CIA, that's part of it. Dude, for like 2 years, I thought that I was just shitty at making videos. But no, apparently, they singled me out as a person who might fuck them. So they've done everything in their lives. I've probably wasted so much of our tax money, but, you know, whatever. They think of us as a major threat. And that means that we're doing something right, you know? I never want to be in agreement with the Central Idiot Association. If they hate us, then we're doing something right. And I'm going to triple, quadruple, quintuple down on this, right? And dude, I've been saying this for a while too. I think happiness is a choice. And like, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying like you live in your car and you haven't worked in 2 years. Just manifest. Just like think better thoughts. Like, I'm not saying it like that, you know, obviously. But I do think that there's a lot of people who almost choose to be sad, you know? I don't know if it makes them special or it gets them the attention that they so desire, you know, like someone patting them on the back or whatever. But I think at a certain point, you kind of have to choose to be happy and like, yeah, like be like water, I think. Like, you can only choose how you react to whatever's coming at you, you know? You can always walk away. The only thing you can ever do is walk away. It's like this same part of that, right? Like, you can choose to let this shit get you riled up and then maybe make it worse, you know? Or you can say, hey, these are the cards I was dealt, and then just try and have have a glass half full outlook. And because dude, I feel like since I've actually made a decision to like try and not let little things get to me and stuff, like it overall, I think it does help you, you know? It does let you uplift yourself a little bit and not spend so much. Because dude, the sour, like dark thoughts of like being upset and like the whole fucking world's against me, like that kind of shit, I feel like it just begets more of that. So I think that that's kind of like the same thing with the manifestation. It's like the same thing, right? It's two sides of the same coin. So yeah, I don't know, guys. Like, I'm choosing to be happy today, okay? Right? I hope that all of you guys have the ability to choose to be happy today. Because it makes everything better, bro. It's so nice. Like, I'm stoked that we've found out all this shit and we're like trying to share it with people. So thanks, dude.
Proving that I was undeniably in Iraq in 2014. The DA.
I love that shit too, that it's not even about the conversation. They're just like, no, he wasn't in Iraq. He wasn't there. What are you talking about? I can tell just from the way he talks that he was in Iraq. Like,
he issued a warrant for
they're such cheaters always.
Arrest for intercepting phone calls and wiretapping. I contest that I have the absolute right to document whistleblower retaliation, and that the young DA, University of Washington graduate, his name's Chad Enright.
Alexis said, I'm paranoid because I know people are for real watching me, even on Disco. Yeah, dude, I know that people are too. Like, I feel like, you know, obviously being a lady is so much different, so I like don't even know really how it affects you and stuff. I mean, I've seen how it affects my wife when the fucking OOB people started singling her out. It's horrifying, it's scary, but you know, you live your life in a way that like, yeah, fucking let them watch. You know, the stream starts at 6, like, fuck these people. I always think that too. I'm like, everyone can see everything on my phone, but that's how I already kind of live, you know? So it's like, good luck. Enjoy wasting your time. Have fun. Let me know what you find. But yeah, try as much as you can to like, you know, not let it affect you. I know people are watching for sure. Yeah. But so you're not crazy with that. You know, you're not just because you're paranoid doesn't mean people aren't following you.
Doesn't comprehend law.
But yeah.
He doesn't understand what's happening with the international law. And that's proven because legal phenom, Amal Clooney.
Yeah, what's up, feds in chat? How's your guys' day? Have you guys just been being fucking miserable the last 2 days just like you always are? You guys know you can choose to be happy, right, feds? And it starts first with you quitting your shitty job. And stop being a shitty person. What do you say? Oh, no? Go figure. They're like, I get paid $95,000 a year to do this. Of course I'm going to. As if that's like enough to survive even in America right now. Like, dude, you'd have to pay me multiple millions, no, hundreds of millions of, no, not even. Dude, I would not do it for money. I would never do this shit for money. Money isn't real.
Prosecute ISIS for genocide in Frankfurt, Germany with their client, Nadia Murad. My question is, if the US and the UK were both in Iraq in 2014...
It's me, Lizzie, sub for 3 months. 3-month streak. Let's go. Thank you.
Why have we left it to these remarkably brave women to prosecute ISIS for genocide? Chad Enright is a disgrace to law and order and should resign. I believe he will do anything to save face for whistleblower retaliation. Next is the Defense Base Act lawyers. My first DBA lawyer, his name was William Truly. He's currently incarcerated for human trafficking a minor. The second is Thomas Barnes of Thomas Barnes Law Firm. He's a DBA lawyer, Defense Base Act lawyer. He breached fiduciary duty, released files against my will, and violated HIPAA law. Next is Christy Johnson of Mainstay Law in Seattle, Washington. She refused to honor my friend's sacrifices. She discriminated every black and brown firefighter on the project. She refused to show equality to my friends, including dead American firefighters. I mean, there's a dead Ranger and a Marine on this. We volunteered to put ourselves in harm's way as the U.S. military withdrew from Iraq. The purpose of us being out there is they needed firefighters to man the flight line so they could get supplies in and out and rebuild Iraq. Instead of that taking place, these companies took the money for defenses as profit, ran from the fight, and left the firefighters for dead. I'm asking anyone watching these videos to please go to change.org and sign petition Rico BlackRock.
Wait, was that the end of it? I feel like it was more. But yeah, dude, we love that guy. All right, let's watch Majora's video real quick about Will Ferrell.
Okay, buddy, I'm gonna tell them all about your plans. Alright, so William Ferrell worked at Booz Allen International. Yo, do y'all remember this guy? This one right here? It's okay, buddy, I'm gonna tell them all about your plans. Alright, so William Ferrell worked at Booz Allen International, which is one of the largest suppliers of AI technology to the federal government. That's what they currently are known for doing right now.
Booz Allen. Where do they come up with these shit names? Is it just their last name? Booz Allen. I hate them, dude. Everything they do sucks.
They've been in the mix with literally everything that's been related to, private data and data security. Snowden used to work for Booz Allen International. Guy's one of the geniuses behind Project Texas.
Wait, is it two guys, one last name Booz and the other one is Allen, or his first name's Booz, last name Allen? Dude.
TikTok's data security program that rolled out in January 2023. My bad, I said Booz Allen International, I meant Booz Allen Hamilton, which...
Dude, Majora, I feel like your trajectory of content creation has been great. You've, like, really come into it, man. Good job.
Since its inception, has been just dealing with all kinds of crazy incidents of intelligence. Like, it's a private intelligence corporation along the lines of Black Cube. If we look here in the 21st century, Bloomberg named it the world's most profitable spy organization from a piece back in 2002. Here's some of the notable folks that Booz Allen Hamilton works with. Just throwing some names up there for everybody to see. It's got deep connections everywhere. Some of their first contracts federally were with Goodyear Rubber. A lot of their post-World War II behavior could make a good Ryan Kelly video. Another fun one is that they were overbilling the government in their contract to the tune of $377 million, having to be settled over allegations of defrauding the government from 2011 to 2024. Here's the article by the...
Dude, you know what a better name is? Coos Allen. That's what I'm going to call him from now on. That's what I call the old lady, too. The toilet witch, lollipop. I call her a coos all the time. It's a great word.
U.S. Attorney's Office. Ooh, so it's not this guy. Everybody remember, it's not him.
Dude, that's crazy that Will Ferrell made fucking Step Brothers and runs a defense contracting company / espionage.
They were also a part of the PRISM and SWIFT data maintenance systems where they looked for people sending money to T-words. You know.
I know who's doing that. It's people like Peter Thiel and Operation Olive Branch. Just get them.
They'd done that right after 7/11. So reviewing PRISM and SWIFT, they were programs to catch people in the act of funding what the federal government perceived as T-word groups, okay? Done by monitoring your data and just sticking those little fingies where they don't belong. So knowing that this man is the one who's kind of leading the curation of what's seen on TikTok, we can draw some conclusions. A couple of key points before we come to those conclusions. Main national security goals that are being purported right now are securing rare earth metal supply away from China so it doesn't maintain its position as the powerhouse in refining those metals. Okay? In order to do this, a large reserve army of laborers is needed because the infrastructure does not exist in the country at this time. What does America do when we don't have laborers that we can get to make stuff right away? Well, that's easy. We just get our...
Oh, Alexis said, I really wish I could explain to y'all exactly why I feel that way. No, dude, I get it. I understand. Well, this is how I think about it with Paul, right? I was really you obviously are more exposed because if your dad's a fucking Fed, yeah, they're gonna want to keep that secret, right? But after that first video of showing the Paul and Timothy pictures, I didn't think it was real until I didn't know it was real until the second or third video or whatever. And before I posted that second or third one, I sat for a night and really worked. I was like, I should not do this. This is going to get me killed. But these people are crazy and they're wrong. You talking about the shit you're talking about and your family, you have every right to talk about that. You have every right to talk about if they were living lives of lies, They have no right to kill you or stalk you for it, right? That's the Dante in episode 10 of our podcast that's coming out when probably the day before we start recording season 2, whenever Dante and Nicole are freaking in the van and life squared away and stuff. But in the middle of that, I should ask Nicole to post that because I really liked it. But in the middle of it, it was when John, the whistleblower from Boeing, he got killed. And I said something like, any whistleblowers, come here and tell us. And, Dante, a very... he's not crazy for thinking this. Dante was like, no, I don't want, don't encourage people to whistleblow with us and include us in it. And I was like, what? He's like, I don't want to get killed or whatever. But I was like, it's not, they don't get to just kill people, that is wrong, no matter what. So, I don't know. I've been trying with Paul and, Paul Wysopal and all the CIA stuff. I made a decision that I can't, I'm not going to sit here and think in fear that they're going to, hurt me. They could do that. Dude, they could do that anyway. Right now, they could do it to any one of us. None of us has safety or security, really, And they can do that to whoever the fuck they want. So... I can either waste a bunch of my time worrying about it, and then that's just time that I'm wasting worrying about it when I could be using it to investigate and shit, So I know that they use psychology against us. All the OOBers, all they did immediately was jump to threats, fucking the hog. I forget her name. What was her name? Sui? Mossad Hogg. I forgot her name. She was forgettable as fuck, but she immediately went to sending death threats to my wife. telling my wife that she's going to kill her and me for saying that their shit is a scam, you know? And that really scared her, you know? It scared Lisa. I mean, it scares me too, but I'm like beyond, I'm past it at this point. I'm like, fuck these people. If you want to come kill me, come fucking do it. Come on. Whatever. But I'm not going to waste my fucking time on it anymore. So, I'm not saying don't worry about it, you know. Just take the precautions that you can that don't, like, interrupt your whole fucking life. And tell people that you can. I don't know if there's fucking anyone who will listen. No one listens to me either, dude, so. But, yeah, I know that you're not, like, you being paranoid is not, like, weird, you know? You have every right to be. You're creating content about shit that they don't like, you know? So, fuck them.
Legal slaves to do it. Prisoners, baby. So we've already seen a lot of laws and policy come out that put restrictions on just general right to assembly and a lot of basic rights. Okay? We have criminalized homelessness, so now it is illegal to just be homeless. Larger, typically left-leaning institutions keep walking back on things, right, and making excuses for neoliberalism or for outright fash. As the federal government picks up its rhetoric about silencing extremism as a whole across the board. We remember the number one goal of the CIA and other intelligence agencies, that is to defeat socialism. Wouldn't it be great if you could build
dude, Alexis, I think it's the people in my personal life gaslighting me that makes me feel crazy, TBH, because I know I'm not. Yeah, dude, everyone that, like, at the beginning of this, I really tried to get my friends to really understand this, mostly because I thought that they would think it's interesting and fucking help me. But yeah, I'm done, like, wasting my time trying to get people to believe this because I know it's true. You know what I mean? So yeah, maybe it's just, I mean, fucking don't share with them anymore if you can. But all of these people, them being scared or like, ooh, that's too much. That's a conspiracy. Ooh. It doesn't matter what they think about it because it's fucking true, you know? So, like, I also have stopped pushing back and trying to show people who won't believe me. I'm done with it. I don't care. I know it's real. I have people who know it's real and they're here to help me and they're here to help me figure it out and help me and tell me when I'm wrong, like people who actually get it. So I don't need any fucking one who is not interested in doing anything about this. You know what I mean? That's because that has really been pissing me off too. I mean, one of my friends told me that he was like, I feel like you're manic right now. Get the fuck out of here. You know what I mean? So. And that was on the day that Max Azzarello fucking, like, 20 minutes before that Max Azzarello stream. But, you know what? In like a year, dude, all of it's going to be out. And then you're going to hear a bunch of well, probably not, actually, because people who don't believe you usually don't apologize either. But you will deserve a bunch of apologies because you're not wrong. But yeah, that's kind of where I am too, is like, I'm like, if you don't want to believe me, I don't give a fuck. I have plenty of people who believe me, and more than that, I know it's true. So
new institutions that are aesthetically leftist and then draw lots and lots of people with increasingly extremist rhetoric and just absolute pure vitriol into those groups. I'm looking at you, Midwestern marks. Once you've got them all in those nice little aesthetic boxes, you could, I don't know, get them to spend their money in a way that's a little weird so that it's a grand enough scale for them to say, hey, this is fishy, we should investigate it. And then from there, it's just a matter of lining up the rhetoric and lining up the narrative to make it fit the charges. And this goes both ways here. It's like a little catch-all net, because while they really want to do it to leftists and people that want to try a different form of economic system, they can do it to just about anybody that they dub extremist. This is not giving anyone a pass. This is just them utilizing the push and the surgence that they applied to the folks during January 6th can be applied to both ends of the spectrum in order to create a truly controlled opposition that they are able to remove and then utilize within the new productive capacity that they're trying to move towards. Again, a lot of this is speculative. I'm always up to be wrong, but with this guy at the helm, things are scary. As always, this has been a great joke by Majora's Musk. The man, the myth, the mess.
The mess. Hell yeah, Majora. Great vid. Alright, you guys want to watch a video about the Black Pyramid in Antarctica? Bad news is, hecklefish is in it. But no one else talks about this shit. So until we have taken over Hecklefish's life and we've killed him, we put him in a black site, you know. Until then, I don't know what the fuck else to do.
This episode of the Y-Files is brought to you by PDS Debt.
Oh, hi, dude.
In September 1989, Doug Muchler reported for duty. He was a counterintelligence officer stationed at Fort Richardson, just outside Anchorage, Alaska. His job was investigating espionage and terrorism, so his first stop was the map room. He needed to get the lay of the land. Doug grew up in Ohio, so learning about the rugged terrain and wilderness of Alaska would take a lot of studying. Alaska is a big place, almost 700,000 square miles, twice the size of Texas. Doug spread out a few maps across the giant table in the center of the room. He scanned the maps. They showed mountain ranges, rivers, lakes, cities, old mining towns, the typical stuff. But then something caught his eye. On a map of Denali National Park, there was an area no bigger than his thumb that was whited out. Doug grabbed a magnifying glass. There were no features. About 60 miles west of Mount McKinley was a small zone labeled, "This area not surveyed to date." Doug thought this was odd. The entire state of Alaska was definitely surveyed, every inch of it. How could this tiny patch be not surveyed?
Oh shit, this is the Black Pyramid in Alaska. Yo. Okay.
He set the question aside. He was a chief warrant officer in military intelligence. He figured if he needed to know, he'd know. Still, something about that location haunted him. And 3 years later, he'd find out why. Where could he be?
Yeah, human, quick! The safe hidden in your closet. I need the code. It's an emergency!
How did you know I had a safe?
Oh, my sweet summer human. You're as predictable as the jokes in these commercials. Now give me the code, chap! Hey. Yahtzee. I told ya.
It was late
Hell yeah, I caught that commercial, guys. Go us.
1992, and Doug Muchler was killing time with a few dozen off-duty soldiers. Someone shushed the group and turned up the TV. The local news was running a story about an underground nuclear detonation in China. It was so powerful that it sent shockwaves in the Earth's crust all the way to Alaska. But that wasn't the story. When seismologists analyzed the data, they saw the cross-section of a huge object about 100 feet below the surface in central Alaska. It was a pyramid, a huge pyramid, bigger than the Great Pyramid of Giza, 550 feet tall from the top to the base.
Shut up.
The news showed the pyramid's location on a map. Doug wasn't sure, but he could swear it was right in the middle of the location marked, "This area not surveyed to date." He ran to the map room. He was right. Next stop, his quarters. He set his VCR to record the 11 o'clock news. He needed to be sure. The late night news came and went without a single mention of the pyramid. Doug called a few news junkies he knew. Nobody heard anything about it. The next day, with military intelligence credentials, Doug went to the local news station. The station manager said there was no such story and had no idea what Doug was talking about. They returned to his office. Doug stood in the lobby for a minute, confused. Not only did he see the news story, but almost 40 other soldiers did too. The station manager's strange behavior made Doug feel that something wasn't right.
Had a men in black stop by.
Well, that's what Doug thought. But this visit was off the books. He had no authority here. As Doug was heading out, he heard a voice behind him. It was one of the younger employees. The kid nervously gestured for Doug to come over, so he did. The younger man was clearly rattled. He looked around, lowered his voice, and said the story was true.
Look, I'm not supposed to say anything. I could get fired for this, but this just isn't sitting right with me.
Doug acted like he wasn't sure what the kid was talking about, but he was pretty sure what he was talking about.
That story about the underground pyramid is real. We ran it during last night's 6 o'clock broadcast. A few hours later, a couple of scary guys in suits came by the station and grilled my boss in his own office.
Wait, are they saying the pyramid is inside of the mountain? What the frick?
Next thing I know, the story is pulled from the 11 o'clock lineup, and all the tapes of the story were confiscated. It's all gone.
Doug asked why. Although, again, he knew the answer. He just wanted to hear this kid say it.
After the suits left, the news director said we had to kill the story because it involved a Chinese nuclear test. It was a matter of national security.
What?
We were told to forget about it. The nuclear test, the pyramid, all of it. Pretend it never happened or face criminal charges. That's all I know.
The kid begged Doug to keep him out of it, and Doug agreed. Again, as an experienced intelligence officer, Doug knew these tactics. He also knew he shouldn't press the issue with his superiors, so he didn't. But he was annoyed.
I was mad. I went back to the office in formation that night. I told everybody what I'd found out, and the guys in the unit were like, wait a minute, we watched it. What do you mean they didn't run it? The same thing I was saying.
Doug continued his normal duties at Fort Richardson, but he couldn't stop thinking about that pyramid. He was frustrated, but there was no way to get more information.
Dude, I literally can't stop thinking about these pyramids 24/7. It's such a travesty. These things literally kept us all in sync and kept us all, our consciousnesses connected. I feel like we could use that, you know what I mean? Here we go. Thank you, Alexis, for getting us started. What is it, a subathon? Hell yeah. Thanks, Alexis.
Then, a year later, Doug was transferred to Fort Meade in Maryland, home of the National Security Agency, and that would provide an opportunity.
Wait, Nick Cage has a bunch of pool drownings? What are you talking about, Alexis?
In 1993, Doug
No, Nick Cage is the only good one. Come on. He's my favorite.
was transferred to Fort Meade, Maryland. Fort Meade is known for being the headquarters of the NSA. Doug said he wasn't working for the NSA, but for a unit nearby.
Oh, he was totally working for the NSA.
Probably. Fort Meade was also home to a giant warehouse of files. Row after row, shelf after shelf, floor after floor. It was a giant archive of government activity, and much of it top secret.
Ooh, like where to keep the Ark and all that stuff?
No, this place was just files.
I'd still like to snoop around there.
So would I.
would
Doug played it cool.
love.
He introduced himself to the archivist and showed him his credentials. Doug asked if there were any files about archaeological sites in Alaska. He didn't say pyramid or anything like that. He kept his questions non-specific. The archivist didn't blink. He wrote down a few numbers and handed Doug a slip of paper. The floor, the row, the shelf. Doug was getting closer. He found the Alaska files. He pulled a few and settled into a reading room. But he wouldn't get the chance to learn anything.
Here come the men in
Yeah, Men in Black.
black.
Dude, I fully believe these Men in Black motherfuckers are real, and they're probably goddamn aliens. Dude, what's his face said that the three of the dudes that stopped by didn't have corneas in their eyes or some shit.
And I had just sat down, and these two guys came. You know, you can feel someone standing behind you. And these two goons go, "Hey, you don't have a need to know for that information."
This is actually his voice, right? Those are I'm assuming those are actual audio files from like interviewing him.
Turned around and asked what they meant. He was just looking at archaeological sites in Alaska. They said, "We know what you're looking for. You need to leave the building immediately." Doug asks why.
Dude, fuck no. This is such bullshit that they... The government hides pyramids from us. That is concerning.
They don't want us messing with them up there anymore. They don't want you messing with them up there. They don't want us, anybody, messing with
And
them.
look at this black cube-ass building.
Wait. Messing with who up there?
Well, that's what Doug wanted to know, but the two guys...
Men in black.
Right. They realized they just said too much. Doug left the warehouse, resumed his duties, and kept quiet. But after he left the service, he went public with the story. It turned out that not only is the pyramid real, the military knows exactly where it is. They also know what the pyramid is.
How?
Because they're the ones operating it.
Yahtzee!
Wait, what was he saying that one time in the Nazi episode? He kept saying Anu Yahtzee? Dude, what was that? Why is he still doing Yahtzee? What's the Yahtzee thing? Is he saying that because he's saying Nazi? If he's saying Nazi, I'm fine with it. But if he's just keep saying Yahtzee, I'm going... Dude, we have to destroy Hecklefish.
Marty Johnson shook his head and quietly laughed.
Yeah, they're freaking gatekeepers and they weaponize everything. Hype train! Choo-choo! Oh, look at that dino. That's cool. Level 1 complete. Oh, brother. What do we got? It's me, Lizzie. Hell yeah. Thanks. Did you gift 3? Rip to Feelings gifts 2? Is that what that means? I'm not sure. But thank you guys. Appreciate you.
As an engineer in the Navy during World War II, he worked on more than his share of top-secret projects. But this was something else. He was flown from Omaha, Nebraska to Unalakleet, Alaska, wherever that was, and then rushed onto a white bus with blacked-out windows. On the bus were a few engineers and technicians. Once everyone was settled, the bus started driving east. Nobody was told where they were going or specifically what they were doing. And honestly, Marty didn't care. This was exciting.
Thanks for those gifties, dude. That's awesome. Appreciate y'all.
While most of the passengers seemed nervous, Marty was smiling ear to ear. He felt like a character in a spy novel. After the war, Marty was recruited by Western Electric Manufacturing. Well, technically, he worked for Bell Labs, created from the engineering department of Western Electric.
More like Ball Labs, am I right?
And half owned by AT&T. When offered the job, Marty didn't need much convincing. He'd be working on highly classified projects for the military. His specialty was electrical engineering, but Marty Johnson could build or fix anything you threw at him. He liked a challenge, and working on cutting-edge tech was right up his alley. In the late 40s, he worked with transistors. These little devices revolutionized electronics. He had no idea how Bell came up with the idea, but wow, did they change everything.
Aliens gave them the transistors.
Maybe. Well, here it was, 1959, and Marty felt he was helping invent the future. He couldn't tell his family where he was or what he was doing, but they understood that his work, whatever it was very important. After a 6-hour bumpy ride, the bus finally stopped. When the door opened, the cold Alaska air rushed in like a punch in the face. Stepping out of the bus was even more shocking.
I'm not sure about these AI-generated fucking B-roll.
After 6 hours in the dark, the bright white Alaskan landscape was overpowering. Marty lifted his collar, shielded his eyes, and walked with his colleagues. Once his eyes adjusted, Marty became confused. There was nothing here. Ice, snow, mountains, that's it. Then he heard a shout from up ahead. 2 men in uniform stood next to what looked like a concrete shed in the middle of nowhere. Marty would need answers soon. The cold wind was taking the fun out of this adventure. The group shuffled into the shed. The officers came in last and closed the door. In unison, everyone sighed in relief. One of the officers told the group to grab the rail and hold on. He yanked a metal gate across the door and pushed a button. With a quick jerk, the platform began dropping. Now Marty understood. The shed was just an entrance to this elevator shaft. As the elevator descended...
Are you a Drunvalo Melchizedek fan? I'm not sure who that is.
The temperature warmed a bit. It was still cold enough to see his breath, but at least they were spared from the biting wind. And after daydreaming a bit, Marty realized they'd been going down for a long time. The elevator finally stopped. The officer opened the gate and gestured for everyone to step out. Marty followed the group out into the hallway. It looked like every military office building he'd ever been in. The gray concrete floor and walls painted green beige, the constant buzzing of overhead fluorescent lights, all too familiar. The group started moving again. Marty felt like he was on a museum tour, just following the crowd. They passed plenty of doors, so this place must be bigger than it looked.
Dude.
The doors had no names, only numbers. Clean, simple, efficient. Definitely military. The officer up front raised his voice a bit so everyone could hear.
It's so weird, like, they're like obsessed with these underground facilities, dude. But it feels like almost like they're like repurposing play. Like, how are they digging all these tunnels everywhere without anyone noticing? Where's the fucking dirt going? You know what I mean? Like, were there already holes bored out that they're building all this shit in? I don't get it.
Before they started their 4-week orientation, they would get to see the project. Finally, Marty thought. Judging by the murmurs in the group, he wasn't the only one becoming impatient. After making a few turns here and there, they reached the end of the hallway. They were standing in front of a huge steel door. It had to be 15 feet high and wide enough to drive a car through. The officer grabbed a red phone receiver off the wall and spoke into it. Marty couldn't hear, but he chuckled to himself as he imagined the officer saying, "Open sesame." From somewhere, there was the sound of metal on metal, and the door began
Did he say, wait, is he saying that the code for the door is actually open sesame?
to slowly swing open. Not only was the door
You received a level 1 hype train emote, dude. Let's freaking go. Thanks, Lizzie. 4 subbies now? Jeez Louise.
tall and wide, it had to be a foot thick. What could be in here that required security measures like this? Was it nukes? Marty hoped it wasn't nukes. They
Probably worse.
walked through the door into a giant cavern. Then Marty saw it, and everything made sense. The blacked out windows, the secrecy, the security. The officer proudly announced, "Gentlemen, welcome to the Dark Pyramid."
There's our little choo-choo train.
In the spring of '78, Lee Pearson was at the Unalakleet Airport trading war stories with a fellow vet. Lee retired and became a teacher, but his new friend, a helicopter pilot, was still in the service. The pilot could tell Lee was missing the excitement of the old days, so he made him an offer. He was making a quick run into the infamous Alaska Triangle.
Lee, I got something that will get your blood pumping. We're taking some...
Oh, ad break. Oh, dude, you know what? Nicole added someone else to the HGHH universe. Let's fucking go, dude. Annie Altman. She's part of the Hot Girls Have Hobbies community. The business, the brand. Dude. Annie Altman is the host of All Humans Are Humans and the founder of Funds Distribution Company. She is an independent content creator, musician, comedian, podcast personality, and the loving human of buckwheat and froggy. But yeah, dude. Welcome Annie to the website. And then Nicole's got a bunch of her stuff in here. Her writing and things and her podcast but yeah, if you ever want to know any more about Annie, she's pretty much an open book. And her brother is a demon. Well, no, sorry, not her brother, sibling. That's what we say. He's not a brother, he's a fucking sibling. You know what I mean? But hell yeah, Annie forever. Dude, I didn't even know Nicole was like thinking of Annie as part of the crew, and I love it. That means that she's going to be like obligated to come on the podcast. But yeah, she's awesome. Her brother's a demon, Sam Altman, you know, who runs ChatGPT.
important equipment out to a secret base near Denali. You know Mount McKinley? We'll be in and out in 4 hours. You want to tag along?
Lee said absolutely. They hopped in the helicopter and started flying due east. After just under 2 hours of flight time, the pilot gave Lee a heads up.
Okay, we're just about 5 miles out. Things are about to get weird. Our instruments are going to go crazy. You're going to hear all kinds of alarms.
What?
Don't panic. And we'll go VFR the rest of the way, and we'll be fine.
VFR.
Yeah, visibility something radar?
Visual flight rules.
Oh,
Basically,
yeah.
you turn
Visual
off
flight rules.
autopilot, keep the ground in sight, and keep your eyes open for obstacles.
Got it.
Then the helicopter's electronics went haywire. The radar
Dude, because all these weird magnetic fields would fuck with all the instrumentation and stuff, for
screen
sure.
went out. The compass needle was spinning like a fan. Lee was visibly nervous. Then all the power in the helicopter, the instruments, lights, everything went black. But the helicopter kept flying. A few minutes later, it touched down. Within seconds, a ground crew was refueling them, with the engine running and the rotor spinning. Lee looked around. There were a couple of small guardhouses with towers. He saw 2 or 3 Quonset huts. Boxes of equipment were piled here and there. Razor wire was everywhere. Lee looked up. Overhead, a C-130 was flying tight circles over the area. Then, 6 men in black uniforms start yanking crates of cargo. Lee, being a military man himself, notices the uniforms have no insignia, no unit patches, no rank, no name tape, no identification of any kind. There are men around the perimeter of the landing zone. They're heavily armed and aiming at the helicopter. Lee looks behind them. There's a Jeep parked just a few yards away.
That's probably because they're fucking... Dude, you know what? I bet that all of these things are owned by, like, private companies, for sure. That was the saddest and scariest thing that I think we learned from the whole UAP congressional thing. Was that the government doesn't have any of these UAP things. They're all at Ball and Lockheed and... You know what I mean? That's very concerning. They're all at Mormon companies.
On top of it is a .50 caliber machine gun. It's loaded, manned, and aimed right at them. Lee glances nervously at the pilot, who gives him a look that says, "Relax, this is normal." In 3, maybe 4 minutes, they're airborne and headed west, back to the airport. Once they get about 5 miles from the site, all the instruments come back on and everything is working perfectly. Lee asks the pilot, "What the hell was that?" The pilot looks at Lee, taps his headset, and holds his finger in front of his mouth.
Yeah, they'd be listening to the radio.
Yep. At a small bar near the airport, the 3 men sit at a quiet table in the back. A waitress drops off a round of beers. Lee grabs one, takes a sip, and says, "Okay, let's hear it."
That place is more secret than the Manhattan Project. Nobody's supposed to know it even exists. Deep underground is a giant pyramid made of black stone. They think it's stone anyway.
Lee asks who would build a giant pyramid underground and why.
All they know is that it's thousands of years old.
Yeah, you're right, Alexis. Hecklefish is kind of growing on me. I feel like us busting on him all the time, too, is making him a little more endearing. Yeah, but he's so annoying that he's kind of endearing at this point. Mostly, I just like our banter, you know, that we all clown on him. He's a clownfish. No, he's a goldfish.
Old. They've had
the Whistleblower files. Yeah, dude. Oh, and for sure, like, this dude's a Fed, but he's got, I think a lot of the information is right. He just protects the good stuff. But it doesn't matter, because we already know it all.
techs and engineers working there since the 50s. It's a power generator of some kind. And this thing puts out...
Yeah, because all these pyramids are fucking power generators.
A lot of juice.
This sounded crazy to Lee. He asked how much power does the pyramid generate. The pilot said, enough to power the whole country.
Yeah, dude. These things were insane. And, dude, how again? I don't even get how it makes the electricity. It's literally just the weight of the granite on each other. The piezoelectrical granite. Just having a quadrillion pounds pushing on each other over top of a moving aquifer. Is that it? That's all it takes? That's awesome. But yeah, dude, the more I think about it, the more it's like insane to me that we've all just accepted that there's no other energy that we could use for anything. Like, the whole oil thing, more and more, the more I think about it, the more it feels like it's literally like a psyop type thing where they were like, oh no, I know the best way for us to heat up the whole planet is to make these little things that use up all this dead dinosaur juice, and it'll make the planet really warm for us lizards. And they were like, oh yeah, cool, that's great. And then they dished out all 8 of the, pervert car companies to Peter Thiel's family and Ford and all the rest of the Nazis that lived everywhere and had car companies. You know what I mean? Tons of quartz is granite. Oh, tons of quartz in granite. So it's the quartz that's like throughout the granite and the weight of it pressing and that activates like the quartz to cause electricity because of the aquifer underneath. That is cool. Oil is blood. The blood gas is making Earth mommy sick. The oil is blood. So we're like, we're like sucking all the blood out of the earth. What's it called? We're vampiring it. No. Because, dude, I can't imagine that all of the blood, all the oil, like taking all of it out, I can't imagine that's a good thing, right? Like, that has to lead to some bad shit happening. Like, nothing on earth is here for no reason, I don't think. And, like, when you use too much of anything, it's going to lead to bad, I think. Everything's about balance, right?
Pyramids as power plants.
So we could probably use oil, but not to the degree that we are. It's kind of insane, dude.
Plants. Sounds like science fiction, but if made of the right materials, it could possibly work. I have an entire episode on how the Great Pyramid of Giza could have created energy. And there's scientific evidence that supports this theory.
Pyramid power link below.
Dude, the fact that no one has, like, actively tested all of this and, like, I feel like you could make a small pyramid or something, right? And, like, see if it works. And the fact that they won't, like, even consider, like, getting these things cleaned up and put back together, like, that feels like another reason why I'm like, these things are definitely real.
Hello.
Marty Johnson was very specific about the site and the technology. He said the pyramid was He said the pyramid is 550 feet tall, with the base 700 feet below the surface.
Wait, how tall is the Giza is 455 feet. So this is 100 feet taller.
The angles of the pyramid were 48 degrees, not 45. I don't know why this is important, but Marty said it was. There were enclosed control rooms at each corner. The control rooms measured the energy flowing through the pyramid.
Dude, I want to see this underground pyramid. Come on, man. The army just takes everything, and then they're the most uninquisitive people ever. They're always just like, oh, you're trying to steal from us. You're lying to us. Give us something. Give us stuff. Give us stuff. Like, dude, ask cool questions, please.
The purpose of the project was energy distribution. If they ever got this to work, we don't know. But Marty Johnson's son said his father built a replica of the pyramid made out of aluminum. He ran a small amount of voltage through the pyramid, and that energy was then magnified. This mini pyramid produced more than enough electricity to power their entire house and farm. It's been theorized that the pyramids in Alaska, Egypt, Indonesia, and other places formed an ancient energy grid. They pulled electricity out of the zero-point field and
Dude, come on. Let us turn them back on, bro. That would be so cool.
Transmitted it around the planet, maybe even around the solar system.
Free energy cover-up link below.
Yeah, so dude, was like each pyramid point, it was like another point that was like, the like electromagnetic arcs that form, like the Tesla stuff. Is that what it was doing? Was it like forming that and jumping between pyramids? Of course it was, right? Oh my god. And that's why it has to do with the circumference of the earth and everything. is because they're placing them at points to make it arc, right? Yeah, Earth's frequency points. Dude. This is so cool that this shit is very real.
Right. I have an entire episode about inventors who discovered ways to pull energy from the quantum field that exists everywhere.
And what happened to those inventors?
All died of mysterious causes.
All of
So,
them?
is the Dark Pyramid an energy device? We don't know. We have to find it first. And some people think they have. When Doug Mutchler went public with his story, he used the perfect conduit. He contacted Linda Moulton Howe. If you follow UFO news or you're a fan of Coast to Coast, you know who Linda is. In case you don't, she's an investigative journalist who's been covering UFOs, aliens, and conspiracies for a long time. She actually won an Emmy for one of her UFO documentaries.
Yo, Linda is the UFO OG.
She is. She's a legend in the field. She also does her homework. So when Doug emailed her, she got copies of his ID, addresses, and phone numbers. But most importantly, she wanted a copy of his DD-214.
Oh, well, obviously.
Oh, you know what a DD-214 is?
Of course I do.
Well, then tell the people.
No. I don't want to step on your fins. You go ahead.
DD Form 214 is a certificate from the U.S. military that lists everything about your service. The date and place of duty, the date and place of release, assignments, rank, education, MOS, job specialty, decorations, medals, everything. Doug Mutchler produced this document. He was telling the truth. Once Linda reported on the pyramid, other people started coming forward with their own accounts of the Dark Pyramid. Marty Johnson and Lee Pearson's stories come from their sons who heard them firsthand. Linda heard from a retired naval captain stationed in Alaska. He noticed that aircraft communications always malfunctioned when flying over a certain area, east of Unalakleet and west of Mount Denali. Radar showed massive electromagnetic energy coming from the area. When the captain saw the report about the Chinese nuclear test, he thought the pyramid could be the problem, so he did the logical thing. He reported it to his superior officer.
Stupid.
Soon after, he was told to be quiet or face court-martial.
Told ya.
Lee Pearson's son Bruce believes his father's story. In fact, he thinks his father gave him enough information to find the location of the Dark Pyramid. So Bruce took that information, went to Alaska, hired a plane, and
Said fly around.
he might have found it.
Dude, yes! This is going straight on Google Earth.
Bruce Pearson's father said the Dark Pyramid was east of Unalakleet and west of Mount Denali. So Bruce hired a pilot to take him to that location. If the base was out there, there would be signs of human activity. After almost 2 hours of flying, they came across a patch of land that looked squared off.
Go back over that spot again. Yeah. That's not natural. That is not natural.
Yes!
It's not a perfect square, but there are right angles and straight lines. When they came around for another pass, they found the remains of an old road, a road that doesn't appear on any maps.
Yes.
And the most amazing discovery of all, they found an old airstrip.
Oh.
This also does not appear on any maps.
Yes.
So at some point in the past, somebody was using that road and airstrip for something. The nearest marked road is almost 100 miles away. This area is also pretty close to coordinates sent to Linda Moulton Howe by another retired Navy officer. This is the location. Using Google Earth, some people claim they can see an outline of a former compound or structure. I'm not sure I can make anything out, but I linked the coordinates below if you want to see.
It's like the force of entropy sucking out energy from the system has been in control, and the embodiment of energy has been suppressed by entropy for so long. The literal cosmic alignment is off. Like, it is a 4, 5, or 6th dimension entity is trying to interact with our dimensional existence. The people in power all have different names for the entropy deity, but it's something like that. Yeah, dude, right? Like, they're doing all of this for someone, I feel. Why? Because they're trying to, like, slow the Earth down to make us go into this fucking red dwarf alignment shit? Or this fourth density shit? Like, imagine how you would try to interact with the cells in your body. You can't talk to them, so there are energetic art networks that the cells create to be able to interact with your dimensional existence. Okay. The fuck, dude?
For yourself. One man actually hiked to the coordinates to see with his own eyes. In May 2020, Nathan Campbell hired a plane to fly him to Carrie Lake in Denali National Park, just a few miles from the pyramid's alleged location. He told the pilot to pick him up at the same location in 4 months.
4 months?
Yep, but Nathan was prepared. He had good gear, plenty of food, and a satellite communicator to let him radio his family.
Oh,
but
this
after
dude.
just a few weeks, he stopped checking in.
This dude definitely
A search
got
team found his
killed,
campsite. His gear was still there, but no Nathan. He kept a diary. The last entry said, went to get water. He's never been found. Some speculate that he actually was found, that he discovered the location of the Dark Pyramid and was deleted. But something to keep in mind, the location of the Dark Pyramid is in the Alaska Triangle.
Ah! The underground base!
Yep.
There's an underground
For 20
base.
years, the CIA operated Project Stargate.
Oh.
This was essentially a psychic spy project.
Yeah.
Stargate did a lot of different things, but its primary focus was remote viewing. Remote viewing is projecting your consciousness to any place on Earth.
Project Stargate link below. But if you were psychic, you already knew that.
One of the most talented remote viewers was Pat Price. Pat was able to see an underground base hidden inside a mountain right in the middle of the Alaska Triangle,
Yo.
Mount Hayes.
Mount motherfucking Hayes.
Okay, that's enough.
Mount motherfucking Hayes link below.
Pat discovered that the base was operated by humans and aliens working together.
Dude.
I bring this up because Linda Moulton Howe found a witness who remote viewed the Dark Pyramid. She first saw a small building. She went in. Then she saw an elevator that went hundreds of feet down. She followed that. Then she found herself in what looked like a military facility. There was a lab. Then she saw a huge black sloped wall. She pulled away a bit. It was the Dark Pyramid. All around the pyramid was equipment, lights, people working. It was very busy.
Yo.
She scanned the area and found a network of hallways and tunnels. She saw offices, sleeping areas, a kitchen. Finally, she found herself with a group of people being taken on a tour by the facility's leader. She was stunned. The tour guide was not human. It was human-like, but definitely not human. Then she learned the true purpose of the Dark Pyramid. It is an energy device. It's a charging station for UFOs. There have been over 6,500 UFO sightings in the Alaska Triangle. It's one of the most active UFO hotspots in the world. And now we know why. The craft are using the pyramid for energy. And that's why the military never got it to work, and they never will. The aliens in charge don't work for us. We work for them.
Yo!
When Linda Moulton Howe exposed the Dark Pyramid in 2012, the story was a phenomenon. And it's easy to see why. We've got credible witnesses and evidence of human activity in the middle of the Alaskan wilderness. Thousands of people really do go missing in Alaska every year. There really are thousands of UFO sightings there. But is the Dark Pyramid real? Well, let's dissect it.
Of course.
Our first witness is Douglas Muchler, a former military intelligence officer. Now, believers in the story say he's a very credible witness. He's provided documents that prove he is exactly who he says he is. That's true. But if you follow this channel, you know how I feel about whistleblowers from military intelligence. I don't trust them. I'm not saying every one of them or any one of them is lying, but some of them are.
Yeah.
We know Richard Doty's shady history of spreading disinformation within the UFO community. Hal Puthoff, Christopher Mellon, Luis Elizondo, David Grush, and now Doug Muchler, all whistleblowers, all connected to military intelligence. Now, I'm not saying Doug Muchler is lying, but I do view his story skeptically. In his defense, the Chinese did detonate an underground nuke on May 22nd, 1992. But that's 5 or 6 months earlier than Doug claims. But he waited 20 years to come forward. Maybe some of his details are hazy. He said almost 40 other soldiers saw the news report about the underground pyramid. None of those soldiers have come forward. If you go to Linda's website, earthfiles.com, you can see the original emails Doug sent to her. The details change a little over time. At some point, he says China informed the UN about the underground test. That didn't happen. When the nuke went off in May, the world was taken by surprise, and the UN condemned the test. Still, he says this happened late November, early December 1992. There was no nuclear test done then. There just wasn't. So there'd be no news report of it.
Yo, why are we still doing nuclear tests? Come on, man. Are we ever gonna grow the fuck up?
What's interesting is there was a major earthquake in Egypt in October 1992.
Peter.
The earthquake was a 5.3, the highest ever recorded in the area. At least 500 people died. The UN did come in to provide aid and monitor any damage.
Dude, the band Blood Incantation just announced their new album, a 2-track album with 1 track named The Stargate, over 20 minutes long. I'm looking forward to it. Dude, hell yeah. It's like, I love Sleep's Dope Smoker. It's like, that's only 2, it's like 2 songs, right? Or 1? I can't remember, but I think it's like an hour long.
To the ancient sites. There was news coverage of that for weeks because people were worried about the Sphinx and the pyramids. Now, it's possible, it's even likely, that Doug is conflating a few different memories. And there's no shame in that. Human memory is notoriously bad. But what about Lee Pearson and his son Bruce? Well, we only have Bruce's word. Same with Marty Johnson. These were real people, no doubt, but they haven't given us any physical evidence, only their word. And what about remote viewers? Do you believe them? For the most part, I don't. But I do believe Pat Price saw something under Mount... Not only do I believe in Pat Price's ability, I believe he was killed because of it. Check out the episode on Project 8200. I get into all the details. The last and most important name in the story...
Wait, is Project 8200 the one that they're using against us? Or no, wait. I forget what...
is Linda Moulton Howe. I followed her work for years. She was great whenever she was on Coast to Coast with Art Bell. But she is a true believer. Yes, she does her homework, but she goes into a story believing it, and she focuses on investigating details to support the story. Lots of UFO and paranormal researchers do this. Almost all of them do. I approach these stories from the other side. I go in not believing, but I don't focus on debunking. I honestly try to find as much evidence as I can to defend a hard-to-believe story. Sometimes, after researching, I'll change my mind. I thought the hollow moon theory was nonsense until I did an episode on it. Now I'm pretty sure the moon is weird. I thought crop circles were 100% man-made, but after researching, I can tell you this for sure.
Dude, these crop circles, there's no way humans made them. They're incredible. Dude, does anyone have like a really good in-depth crop circle doc? Like, they are so fascinating, and someone has to like have I don't know. Are we going to become the experts on crop circles or something? I feel like they have to be laying out a story or like teaching us, you know? They have to. This is a Alex Putney about the pyramid? How did you find this? I didn't see this one. Where was this? Oh my goodness. Hold on. Oh, I can already tell it's Putney just by the cover. Dude, how many others are there how many other fucking articles does he have like this? I love him. Dude, this might be the one that we read next then, because I just finished right before we went live. I just finished it. Dude, let's go. Let's look at this. Dude, Alex be putting me in the mood, you know? Pyramid mood. Oh, nice. This is just a little short one. We could just do it right now. You want to? Ooh, dude, there's pyramids in Alaska. Let's go. If Alex Putney's got fucking arrows on a picture, it's real. Let's go. All right, you guys want to read this? Underground pyramid? Ah! Yes, okay, good. Let's go. If Sarah says let's go. And Axel sent it. Oh, wait, and I'll put this up to Blair for... Yeah, I think we should watch the Hollow Moon after this, okay? Let's do it. Okay, yeah, we're doing fun day Sunday, okay? We need these today, boys. Someone said right before I went live too, I responded to a comment. Someone was like, and girls. I was like, dude, well, but no, I didn't realize until recently that I've always said boys, ironically, you know, because I've always been proud that my audience was like 69% female. And then last week I went and looked, they flipped my shit now. So it's like 66% guys and 33% female now. So the boys, maybe it doesn't work anymore. I was just always doing it as a goof, but but I'm really pissed about that. When we get back control of TikTok and we return it to its previous ways, that I want my shit flipped back the way it was. Dude, I can't even imagine what TikTok, a fair version of TikTok would be like. It would be incredible. Anyway, all right. Let's do this. Now I know that there's a bunch more Alex Putneys out here that I don't know about. So if anyone ever finds a Putney that I haven't shown on, one of my videos, send it to me. This is the best. And his shit's always free, man. Alex put me in a good mood. All right, here we go. Ready? Highly unusual events have been reported in a very remote area of northwest Alaska, accessible from the coastal town of Unalakleet. Parallel accounts indicate the existence of a subterranean cavern containing a gigantic pyramid measuring 560 feet in total height. If Putney says this, he believes. He's a believer. If Putney's a believer, I'm a believer. I love Alex Putney. I have to find his email and I have to make him a buddy. I'm going to be so pissed when we find out that he's like a straight up hardcore like skinhead Nazi. I'm just kidding. Dude, I know, right? But George just said he's not a secret Nazi, is he? Dude, I know. Everyone that surrounds me at this point. I'm sure everyone here is a secret Nazi. Okay. 560 feet in total height, composed of fine black basalt with magnetic properties. Let's go! First account. Former U.S. Army intelligence agent Douglas A. Mutchler was working at Fort Richardson, Alaska, when a strange series of events occurred in 1994. With a group of his co-workers, Mr. Mutchler watched a news documentary presented by a TV... watched a news documentary presented by a TV station in Anchorage, which made the claim that a Chinese underground nuclear test conducted in May 1992 was utilized by seismologists in the U.S. Army to pinpoint a large subterranean anomaly in the area to the southwest of Nome, Alaska. Dude, right? Like, Alex's illustrations are always the best. The pictures he includes, like... I always want full color illustrations in like all my books, dude. All my JFK books, everything. Come on, include them on the page. What are you guys doing? The news story was covered up, and it was later denied by the station manager that it had even aired in the first place. Before leaving the TV station, he was approached cautiously by another station employee who quietly confirmed the documentary did actually air and was now being covered up, as all tapes of the show had even been removed during the night. Later accounts from other former employees at the site would reveal the underground pyramid had actually been discovered much earlier, in the 1950s. Dude. So is this the road? Okay, second account. Here we go. An anonymous 46-year-old adopted son of an electrical engineer living in Omaha, Nebraska, had worked for Western Electric Company from 1959 to 1961 on the underground research project at the Dark Pyramid in Alaska. To access the site, his research team flew into Unalakleet Airport and headed eastward for a 6-hour drive on a bus with blacked out windows to the underground research facility, the director of which he was able to determine by taking periodic compass readings. He stated that a powerful EM field was produced by the Dark Pyramid, which was a top priority study for decades. Elevator shafts went down 700 feet underground to the level where he worked in an enclosed building that had been constructed on one of the corners of the pyramid. The faces of the pyramid were aligned to the cardinal directions. All instruments went haywire and alarms went off at about 5 miles from the site, after which point they had to fly manually by sight. The electronics, artificial horizon, radar, compass, and lights went out, but they continued on without issue. After landing, the refueling was done by a trailer behind a Jeep with a pump system, while the helicopter was still running, but the rotors turned off. Okay, dude, let's go. Third account. Bruce L. Pearson Wait, this isn't an actual picture, right? No, this is like 3D or something. Dude, I love Underground Pyramid. This rules. Third account, Bruce L. Pearson of Clinton, New Jersey, is the son of another U.S. Navy electrical engineer who reported taking a 2-hour helicopter trip due east from Unalakleet Airport to the underground research facility at the Dark Pyramid of Alaska. Extremely high-level security protocols were in place, including an escort provided by a fighter jet high circling overhead, as well as scores of heavily armed security guards dressed in unmarked black fatigues that monitored every move made by all scientists visiting to the site. Bruce's father was told by the helicopter pilot that the pyramid rose to 150 feet underground. The site itself was described as being situated below the tundra, with a blockhouse, fuel dump, and a motor garage for vehicles stationed above ground at the entrance to the underground facility. He said that off to the side, there were a pair of mineshaft elevators seen as a pair of gantries sticking out of the tundra, along with elevated guardhouses with electric and razor wire fencing marked with high voltage warning placards. Vrtra Underground Pyramid Magnetic Geopolymer Basalt, Unalakleet River, Alaska. Approximately 6 years after the helicopter flight to the underground pyramid site, his father had lunch with the chief engineer of the TV studio at Bell Laboratories, more like Hell Laboratories, at Murray Hill at New Jersey. During his meeting, he was told that a group of electrical engineers from the laboratories at Western Electric had been contracted to go work at the Dark Pyramid power station in Alaska, which they couldn't figure out. Fourth account. An anonymous remote viewer gave information obtained during a psychic out-of-body experience going to the site, showing a small rectangular building with a stairwell leading down to an elevator shaft to the research complex. Digital illustrations were produced based on these remote viewing findings, which closely matched the actual on-site building. Does that mean we have actual pictures? Fourth account, from these 4 published accounts of the underground Dark Pyramid east of Unalakleet, Alaska, there are several logical conclusions that can be made in the context of prior research insights presented by the author concerning the global mandala alignment system centered on the Orion Pyramid Complex. The bus access route to the site followed the Caltag Portage Trail for about 32 miles, proceeding eastward and curving slightly to the north. At the river junction, a huge basalt dome formation rises smoothly above the tundra to a height of 480 feet, exactly matching the Great Pyramid in modern-day Giza. Dude. The 4 eyewitness accounts describing the location of the secret underground U.S. government research installation clearly indicate an area near 64 north latitude at the convergence of the Unalakleet and Old Woman rivers. All accounts indicate this elongated... Dude, yeah, it's right by the river. Dude. Where the fuck was I? Shit. Oh. All accounts indicate this elongated dome structure was built directly above an artificially enlarged natural cavern enclosing a perfectly preserved 4-sided pyramid rising from a base measured at a depth of 700 feet below ground to an apex at 140 feet below the surface. The pyramid's total height reaches 560 feet. The synthetic composition of black magnetic geopolymer basalt forming the surface dome and underground pyramid corresponds to geopolymer products of the Atlantean civilization dating to as early as 32,000 BP. Those large basalts present high proportions of black manganite. Oh yeah, dude, because I think that he has in one of his other documents, his PDFs, Oh my god, you found other shit too? Yo. Oh my god, he has 342 pages of Sanskrit? Yo, he just gives this shit away? Oh man. Film? Oh, he has a film part? Wait, Alex Putney did this? Wait.
Alright, we're looking at the interview suite at S4. It's kept dark for the comfort of the aliens.
Wait. What is Alex's part in this? This is an old video, right? I feel like I know this video. And it's good. What the fuck? Wait, hold on. Restored to its original format here, the Alien interview 1991 was recorded at DNI Area S4, a secret hangar facility at Papoose Lake, Nevada, near the famous Area 51. Bob Lazar revealed many details and sketches of the site in his 1989 video, implicating the project was directed by Curious George Scherff Jr., son of Nikola Tesla's accountant. Wait, he's saying George Bush directed the interview? Shut the fuck up. Wait, when is this from, though? Dude, what? Alex Putney is saying that George H.W. Bush was interviewing this alien? Okay, let's listen.
The figure who is just barely visible in the left foreground is the telepath, and behind the camera is a raked seating area for observers. Although in this case, I believe the only other person present was a military aide. The alien is seated behind a glass partition in a biocontainment area, which is maintained at biosafety level 2, the lowest designation. That's primarily for the protection of the aliens, not us. The theory is that if they were going to infect us with an alien bug, it would have happened 50 years ago. In fact, all the indications are the aliens eliminated microbial and viral life from their own ecosystem long ago. They aren't susceptible to our diseases directly, but it has been shown that microbes can reproduce and form colonies within their respiratory systems, which tends to exacerbate the debilities they seem to suffer anyway in our environment. In fact, you can see here, the alien is beginning to flag. The interview was not going well. The telepath was trying to clarify some points from a previous interview, but he wasn't receiving coherent responses. As you can see, the being is in real distress. At this point, the telepath is sending out a message to the medical staff. He's trying to communicate with the alien, but he's getting no response. There's very little he can do. There's no direct connection between his space and the biocontainment area. That's the aide stepping in on the right. The medical staff should be there by now. They're slow in responding. There they are. I have to say, the medical personnel at S4 are less than...
Yo, is this thing real? What the fuck is going on?
...first rate. They tend to be selected for their willingness to keep secrets, rather than their medical competence. By the way, he's not sure...
Yeah, that, I bet, is... Well, I mean, that's how you get people like Mengele being the heads of this shit. It's just psychos, sadistic psychos. Like, they're like, oh, I get to do my really morally bankrupt fucking science, and I just have to keep it a secret. I can't tell anyone anyway. Dude, they fucking... killed. They definitely drank all the kids that EBE gave them. I hope EBE punishes the fuck out of them.
Shining that light into the eyes. It looks that way, but in fact he's checking for hemorrhaging around the eye sockets and in the nasal cavity. I'm sorry. It's very hard for me to watch this.
Dude, poor EBE. Black polymer magnetite raised multiple. Papoose Lake Area S4 facility. Yeah, hemorrhaging sounds awful. Like, these poor aliens. Oh, yeah, dude. Dark. Alexa said y'all for real watch Dark if you haven't. Dude, Dark is so good. Best thing Germany's ever given us. Probably best and only thing that's good that Germany has ever given us. And then, dude, I just finished that show that Feo was talking about. Dark Matter. Watch that. It's good. It's about the, like, parallel universe theory or whatever. The many world theory. And it's like a real life, like if you did the Schrodinger's cat experiment and put something in superposition, and then you could jump worlds and like jump into alternate versions of yourself. You might be able to do that, dude. There might be a ton of like the same world going on, but just different decisions or whatever, all on the same Earth. That might be the case. I don't know. That seems to be what, like, Dark Matter was saying. and also a lot of these documents we keep stumbling into. So, prepare for that. I mean, we already said that Man in the High Castle is real. So, we might have to jump realities, okay? Into a different one. Bail out of this one. But that show rules, and then Outer Range, dude. The second season of Outer Range is fucking great. I love that show. It's so good. There's one of the sons. There's like it's kind of like a good, not good and evil, but it's like two ranchers who each have two sons, and there's a hole that's in one of their yards, in one of their pastures, and it lets you time travel. And it's fucking awesome, dude. It's so good. And there's one of the sons of the bad guy. He sings all the time and does like, like they'll do like subjective, like musical parts where he's like, he belts out a Whitney Houston song once when he's like kisses this girl for the first time. It's just really fun. And the characters are great and the story is cool. There's a whole episode where they're in like 1880s, West America, and it's this woman police chief who, in present time, she falls in the fucking hole, and then she goes back to like 1880s time and like sees all the buffalo and stuff before they're gone and shit. I always think about that, dude. Anytime I'm out somewhere, with lots of pasture, I'm like, dude, I want to see when the buffalo were roaming. I wish, man. We could do that again. We should do that again. Get the fucking let the buffalo roam, yo. It's honestly, dude, there's a dude who talks about how good letting your cattle and stuff just graze and move around, how good it is for the soil. And that a lot of America, all the grass and stuff has like been taken over. Like there's no more like native prairie grass, and that used to be like most of the habitat for everything, and it was all good for the soil and stuff. And now we have, our soil is being depleted and stuff because we don't got any fucking buffalo. Area S4 hangars. Yeah, dude, it's crazy. They have like underground hangars and underwater hangars. Apparently that SR-71 Blackbird or whatever could go fucking submarine mode for a little bit. And that's how they would get it into Nazi Mountain in Montana or Wyoming. Montana, yeah. Dude, yeah, I know. Reading the accounts of what they fucking did is like, it hurts my heart. It's crazy. They just did it too. They killed all the buffalo, literally to fucking kill and it was a genocide on the buffalo and the fucking indigenous people. Like, dude, there are pictures, I can't even look at them. Like pictures of pyramids of skulls of buffalo. They didn't eat them. They didn't do anything. They just fucking killed them, like hanging off the back of trains, probably hooping and hollering. You know what I mean? Fuckers.
The S4 installation is built into the mountain, and the 9 hangar doors are angled at about 60 degrees. These doors are covered with a sand-textured coating to blend in with the side of the mountain and the desert floor. The hangar that housed the sport model was like a typical airplane hangar with the exception of the angled doors that I mentioned before. The hangar was equipped with typical tools and extensive electronic equipment. It also had a machine with an X-ray emblem on it and an overhead crane rated at 20,000 pounds. Equipment in this hangar was marked with a black number 41 with a white circle around it. It was outside of this hangar that I saw the sport model tested.
I'm gonna open up with fire now. All of your houses, they be burning.
Yeah, the American genocide is the most successful genocide to ever happen, and the amount of people that died, the amount of people who will never be born, the amount of animals they wiped out, yeah. It was so devastating. And dude, it's still going on. Look at them. All the shit that they did with the residential schools. Dude, on top, all of those residential schools are now the fucking, the Mormon fucking troubled teen camps. There's probably, dude, mass graves everywhere there. Dude, was that fucking George Bush at the end?
Did you think that
This song's gonna get me a frickin' take my shit down.
you brought the song yourself?
Dude,
Stand by your marching band.
this is incredible. Alex Putney has a YouTube channel. He's got 3,700 followers. Let's go, dude. Oh my god, is this him? Oh no. It has Roseanne. Wait, oh no. That could be anything though. It could be anything. Oh, please, please. We can't find out. Dude, come on. The best way to deal with this is head on, right?
I mean, look, I spent my life in Washington. I spent 35 years there. from 1985 to 2020. And my father ran a federal agency, so I know how the classification system worked.
Ran a federal agency. Huh. Ran it. What? Like the propaganda department?
And still works. And it's a lie. It's a lie.
It's a complete lie.
It's a complete lie. There are over 1 billion classified documents. So how is that a democracy if you don't know what your government is doing and you have no right to know on the basis
Sometimes he does speak lucidly.
of totally fraudulent national security claims? It's not a democracy, right? It's an oligarchy. And I believe in democracy. I think that
Yeah, but dude, sometimes the feds, when they're hanging out, I feel like I haven't really seen this kind of Tucker that's like kind of telling the truth. You know what I mean? So maybe when two feds be talking, like you still get good information out of feds.
People own this country.
These feds be fedding overtime. That's why I try and do anti-fed shit as much as possible.
It's not owned by federal unionized bureaucrats or appointees.
No.
Or the richest people. It's not just like the 27 billionaires get to run everything. I just don't agree with that.
I don't either.
I hate it, actually. And they're not even good at it. That's the other thing. They're selfish and they're stupid and they're short-sighted and they're totally lacking wisdom. So they're not even running the country well. Even if they were, I would still be opposed.
This is like legit. Dude, for the most part. So far, I think I agree. Did he say anything weird yet? I feel like he's being for real right now. Holy shit.
Opposed to it because that's a betrayal of the core promise of America.
Yeah, that's feudalism.
Completely. It's lying for its own.
Dude, I feel like we're in feudal shit. We're like, it's crazy. It's crazy how much they fucking grift out of us. Always. America's just the big grift. It's a bunch of defense contractors stacked on each other's shoulders with a bunch of secret alien tech. And they've got a trench coat on. And they're like, hey, if you want to see the goods, it's going to cost you. But yeah, I mean, we fucking hate this guy. Yeah, no, I'm just saying, once ever, Tucker Carlson so far isn't wrong.
It's the worship of dishonesty.
Yeah.
It's the hatred of the truth. Why would you hate the truth? Sometimes the truth is inconvenient. If you catch me cheating on my wife, I don't want you to tell the truth about it.
Right.
Of course, I get it.
Yeah.
But I would never even think to take pleasure in telling a lie for its own sake. I'm not angry when you tell the truth, as long as it doesn't expose my, weaknesses or as long as I'm not hurt by it.
That's what it is they hate that people know shit about what they do, but they could not let me know anything and just not do anything bad.
Hate the truth because it's true.
Yeah, that's
and 100% of the people punished in the last 5 years in the public conversation have been punished for telling the truth, not for lying. Yeah. And they don't even pretend otherwise. They don't call it lying anymore. They call it disinformation.
Yeah, that's what they
The thing about disinformation is it can be true.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Right.
But it's still verboten. How does that work? And the people who run our society consider themselves gods, and that's why they're not explaining.
Boy, they do. They don't think they have to.
Bro, you're one of them.
They don't think. I think
you literally were the fucking lapdog for them, you idiot. You were the one running it for them, you dumbass. You were the director of the puppets, like.
I was talking to somebody and they said to me, well, they think they're more than human.
Oh, obviously.
Yeah.
Dude, how much of this is in
anything about that example? Telling the truth about history. Why should that offend it? Destructiveness.
Well, it's a demon spirit.
That's it.
And that's demonic.
Always been here. It's all
we're noping out of this. We're going back to reading.
Ufology, UFO, and what was previously known as
Dude, damn it. Come on, Alex.
The secret
Putney,
space
don't
programs
fucking do
because
this.
of ignorance, and we were all ignorant at some point. If you want to research ufology, especially, well, if you're anti-hypocrite and you consider the events of the world in the 19th century, in the 20th century, and especially during the Second World War in between 1945 and 1970, before even Hollywood existed with all this, and before the symbology created in the media, everything about ufology in terms of what you find online is sending you around in circles. It's lots of disinformation. It's things that go against the reality of the real world. And of course, everything is controlled by Zulu Juliet or Juliet Zulu. Terms and conditions. I have to censor myself. Ufology is being used as a distraction, as we know it. It's a limited hangout. It's to make people, especially because some people, they just still live on this thing with Christianity or Buddhism or like the New Age spiritual stuff. But those who wanted something more, they gave them ufology, and they keep people away from the real objective truths and the reality of the real world. And it's also used to pacify them. There's lots of pacifying in all these movements. It's called savior programming. The same as with Christianity, you wait for the Messiah to save your life, to go to the life after death. The same with the ufology stuff. It's the savior programming. You know, the good aliens versus the bad aliens. They're going to save you from the spinning ball Earth, curved water, spinning planet Earth in space. And some people even have translated that to the flat Earth thing without considering that the moon is the actual big Earth, and there's even more lands beyond that, because the moon is just showing you what is possible because of the reflection of the wavelength of the electromagnetic field caused by the black sun.
What the fuck?
All the oppression of humanity and everything we live in today.
Oh, dude, is the black sun thing that the Nazis all worship, is that the Nibiru or the red dwarf thing or whatever? The companion star that hasn't lit up yet, that's apparently gonna light up one day and just fucking, we're gonna have two suns? Supposedly. What?
Today's world is needed, well, you need to address it realistically, and everything is caused by the evil of all evils, which is usury and debt slavery, which means the debt of money with interest. Money is not bad in its own way. The bad thing is when you give money with interest, that's usury, and that creates debt slavery. Countries need to print their own money.
Someone say spark it up, light it up.
And totally detach themselves from the Juliet Zulu or Zulu Juliet central banks. And that's what they did in the First World War in Russia and the Second World War in Germany, and you know what happened. You always have to go to the root cause of problems, and that's usury and debt slavery. That's why I will never go to a bank to get a mortgage. Mortgage means debt grip. The word mortgage means debt grip because M-O-R-T is moth, in French means death. People don't even think about this. And all of your energy, if you use your energy to confront the reality of the real world for what it is, but the big majority of people, it's too much for them. Now, this is what...
Okay, what about the fucking moon hollow?
This episode of the Wild Files is brought to you by Surfshark. Despite it being humanity's constant companion through all of recorded time, the moon is still a mystery. Science hasn't been able to explain how the moon was...
Everyone needs to tell me when they are noped the fuck out of fucking hecklefish, okay? Let me know. Let me know, we'll turn it off. But, trying to think about... We could watch Eyes Wide Open, for sure. We could watch CIA doc. But, I don't know, I feel like we're in a loopy space. Today might be a loopy space day. Dane, that dude, oh, he said, what did he say? Jay-Z. Dude, everyone a fucking Nazi? Oh my god. Good catch. You'll love it. It's a beautiful story of finding themselves madly in love and becoming an activist so people can be authentically them and love radically. What is that? Lizzie, have you gifted 1 billion fucking subs today? Or 4, okay. I think I was scrolled back a bunch. No, I feel like you... Okay, it says 4 there. God damn. Thank you.
Formed. Its unusual orbit, its distance from us, its density, its composition, its structure. These are all still questions. Now, there are theories about the moon that solve some of these puzzles, but they don't solve all of them. There's only one theory that answers every scientific question about the moon. Just one. That the moon is a hollow artificial structure brought here by someone else. Let's find out why.
Dude, I keep hearing that. Damn.
Let's start at the beginning. We're taught that the moon has been here forever. But there's controversy about this because scientists can't agree on how the moon was formed in the first place. The first theory of how the moon became linked to the Earth is the capture theory.
Dude, I swear to God, these lizard-ass motherfuckers live up here, and NASA and Peter Thiel be talking to them all day. It's the solution you provide afterwards that matters. Also, framing it as Jewish banking only is just incorrect. Yeah, right?
It says the moon was just floating along, drifted.
And when I feel like people, like, I feel like a lot of the people who say, like, blame it on Jewish anything are, like, the feds, right? Like, because that's the whole thing, is that it's the Nazis are just doing everything they accused Jewish people of doing. They literally are doing it, you know? So I feel like they're just like, no, it's the Jewish people, haha. So I feel like at this point, too, it's like, if you can't see that, it's because you're not willing to, because you're working for the other team, right? I don't know. I feel like it's pretty simple once you start looking into this shit to see that it's Nazis. Maybe not, though. I don't know.
Near the Earth and was pulled into orbit. This is almost impossible. Another explanation is the accretion theory, that the moon and Earth formed out of dust clouds in the early solar system. But when systems form through accretion, they share similar traits. If the moon was formed this way, it would have an iron core, like the Earth. It would spin on an axis, like the Earth. But neither of these are true. The fission hypothesis was popular.
The aliens say we have a crystal ammonia core or something. Lady, come here. Oh my God, this cat.
For a while, and this says the early Earth was spinning so fast that the moon was formed out of rock in the Pacific Ocean that was flung into space. But we later learned that moon rock is much older than the bottom of the ocean, so this is unlikely. The most popular explanation is the giant impact theory. This says that a large object about the size of Mars smashed into the proto-Earth. The debris field from the collision coalesced to create the Earth-Moon system. Again, these conditions would have to be so perfect that the odds are
astronomical.
Right. Now, a recent theory is a combination of all of these, that a large object collided with the Earth about 4.5 billion years ago, essentially vaporizing it. And this vapor is called a synestia. And the synestia was spinning very rapidly, forming a torus. And the moon formed on the edge of this torus.
Whoa, hold on. Torus? What's a torus?
Well, this shape is a torus.
That looks like a donut.
It does, but in geometry, if you revolve a circle around an axis in three-dimensional space, it's called a torus.
Yeesh, and you wonder why you're not popular at parties.
Ooh, the torus shape I've been thinking about a lot and seeing a lot of cool stuff about it. I saw a really cool TikTok today about it and how the torus is the yin yang sign is the torus. And I've been thinking about it a lot because in my gateway tape yesterday, I went back to advanced focus 10. You know, I'm going back through the gateway tapes. I'm starting it over to better learn how to do all the stuff that I just feel like I glossed over originally. And one of the parts of getting your getting to focus 10 and like getting your reball or whatever and shit is thinking of an energy fountain coming out of your head and doing what the fuck is the word called? I just said it. Dude, I'm losing my brains. I keep wanting to say turquoise. Toroid.
Very popular.
Taurus, thank you, dude. What the fuck?
Right.
Did I just get hit with a energy weapon right now? It scrambled my brains.
So we still don't know how the moon was created. You would think that actually going to the moon and collecting rock samples would solve some of these puzzles.
Oh, yeah, if only, right?
But when moon rocks were brought back and studied, it only created more questions.
Yeah, because those rocks were from fucking Nevada, I'm sure. Where are the rocks from? They didn't go to the moon. Have they ever gone to the moon? Have they even flown there? No, right? It's all bullshit. Did Japan just go to the moon? Shared a Google Doc of everything about the gateway tapes, including audio. I don't know how to add this in thorough revisions, though. Where did you send it? In the disco? Okay, cool. I'll take a look in a sec. Fuck yeah. Did you just send what in the general?
Since landing on the moon in 1969,
The moon landing was as fake as a teenager's Instagram.
I knew you were going to do this. Look, do you like the idea that the moon is a hollow spaceship?
Well, yeah, I gotta admit, I do kind of like this idea.
Okay, so for us to explore this theory, you need to concede that we went to the moon.
Fine, I will concede we went to the moon.
Thank you.
But those were unmanned missions. The landings were actually filmed in a studio in Burbank, California.
Fine, I'll take what I can get. Moon rocks and soil samples brought back from the moon are strange. On Earth, the newest rocks are at the surface, and the rock gets older as you go deeper. Now, this is obvious and logical. But on the moon, the soil on the surface is older than the rocks underneath, and the surface rocks are older than the rock.
That is not very nice, ma'am. That is so rude. What the hell? You're acting up. What, you're just acting up because you're on camera? This is a horrible attitude. You're not going to get far in this industry, kid. What? What'd you say? What'd you say? Come on. Say it again. Okay. She is such a little demon. What up, Fizz? They're not cute. They're monsters, dude. Hey, calm down. You're stuck with your nails are too long because you won't ever let me cut them. These cats are chaos.
Underneath them, it's backwards. The only way this happens on Earth is when we drill, dig, and mine, bringing older material to the surface. But we see this all over the moon. Now, if the moon was somehow hollowed out, older rock...
Dude, those fucking divots do be looking like bored out holes.
Would be on top.
Your kitten jumped in the toilet? Let's go. That's awesome.
But the list of anomalies goes on. Typical planetary structures have denser materials toward the core and lighter materials toward the surface.
Wait, you got it out, right? It's okay. Sorry.
On the moon, this too is reversed, and no one could really explain why. The moon's surface is pockmarked by asteroid impacts that have happened for billions of years, so you would expect the rock around the impact craters to be different ages. But there is a strange uniformity in the age of these rocks. The chemical makeup of lunar dust is also very odd. If lunar dust is the result of billions of years of impacts, why does it have a different chemical makeup of the rocks around it? The moon doesn't have a magnetic field, yet moon rocks are strongly magnetized. The Earth is...
Thanks, Squeaks.
4.6 billion years old, but the oldest rocks we found are much younger than that. Moon rocks are older, much older. Some rocks have been dated to the very beginning of the solar system, and some are said to be even older than that. Uranium-236 and Neptunium-237 are found on the moon. This is notable because those radioactive elements don't occur naturally. The only way we see those isotopes on Earth is if we create them. Titanium, chromium, and zirconium are rare on Earth, but these are found in abundance on the moon. If the Earth and moon were formed together, why such a big discrepancy? And those metals happen to be some of the most strongest materials that are known to exist, and they're highly resistant to corrosion. If you wanted to reinforce a structure, these are the metals you would use. This structural reinforcement could explain why moon craters all seem to be the same depth, no matter how wide they are. Shouldn't craters of different sizes be of different depths? It's as if there's a resilient metallic shell just beneath the surface of the moon, preventing anything from penetrating further. Now, if there were some type of instruments on the moon's surface that could detect seismic activity, we could test the hollow moon theory by intentionally colliding objects with the moon.
This sounds like a setup. We did this, didn't we?
We did.
And is it hollow?
Well...
Hey-yo!
It would seem like the moon is more like a hollow than a homogeneous
After returning to
sphere.
the command module, the Apollo 12 crew intentionally released the lunar lander, crashing it into the moon's surface. Then something very unexpected happened. Seismic measurements showed that the moon rang like a bell.
Did they actually go to the moon ever? Is this real?
and reverberated for more than an hour. This was with a very small object compared to the size of the moon. So during Apollo 13, an even heavier object was crashed into the surface. This time, the moon
is kind of looking like Peter. Oh, man. Dude, Dante, I think it was Dante, sent this fucking picture of Peter yesterday that literally had me dead. Where is it? Fuck. Oh my god, where is it? 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 Oh no. Dude, I feel like I lose my brain sometimes. Where I could have sworn he sent this yesterday, but I can't find it now. It's a picture of Peter that's so sweaty, boy. Here, I'll find it in a second.
Rang for over 3 hours, and vibrations traveled to a depth of 20 miles. This doesn't happen on Earth. Reverberations last only a few minutes because of the Earth's density. And on Earth, vibrations slow down as they move toward the Earth's center, where material is denser. But the vibrations on the moon actually got faster around 40 miles down, indicating the interior of the moon is not only far less dense, but perhaps has large hollow cavities. The density of the moon is something that's difficult to explain.
I love that everything that we've ever known is a fucking straight up lie. This is great now. At least everything is fun now, dude. Okay, look at this. This is going straight on the Miro. Oh, fuck, I clicked that out. Whatever. Dude. This dude is struggling. Oh, brother. Oh, brother, man. Dude, look at them fucking things, dude. Oh, shit. Look at them big ol' Wysopals. You ever seen a pair of bigger Wysopals that weren't on Timothy? Oh, fucking look at them things, brother. Jesus Christ. When you step back, you really see how monstrous they are. Dude, this is a clone. They decided to clone this person and keep the ears. Look at them fucking things. Dude, Dante. Show yours, brother. Dante's gonna love this. Look at them big old fucking things. Holy shit. Love you, Peter. I'm just saying, like, we literally can tell. It's not even that you guys are all, like, working together. It's that you guys all look the same. You kind of look like Epstein. Roger, a lot to me, looks like Epstein. Dude, Officer Brownrigg is one of your family. Like, I can spot a clone from a billion miles, literally from 5,000 miles away, or however far away Dallas is. No, it's probably like 2,000, 1,800. I'm going to say 1,800 from New York. Is that too far? 1,500? I don't know. Who cares? Paul, you got to stop sweating, brother. I thought you were the Ubermenschen. Yeah. Wouldn't you stop perspiring if you were the Ubermenschen?
The moon is about 25% the size of the Earth, but it's only about 1% of the Earth's density. If the moon were a hollow shell, this would explain that. Besides the density issue, the moon has a lot of characteristics and coincidences that we don't see anywhere else. The moon is actually more like...
Oh, he eats scabs as bacon bits. Dude, he probably does take all of the blood that he, like, leaks, drains off of his body. He probably does let it scab up and eat it. It's not his, though. He doesn't bleed his own blood. He only bleeds child blood. As a joke. Well, I think Peter's a joke, I mean.
Like a planet than a moon. At 1/4 the Earth's size, no other object in the solar system has a moon this large. This occurs nowhere else, not in our solar system or any other solar system that we found. And the moon orbits much more closely than it should. And its orbit is also a mystery. It's the only object we've ever observed with a near perfectly circular orbit. We don't see this anywhere else either. Dude, because of this near perfect orbit and its size and distance from the Earth.
Dude, this shit is a fucking... This thing's artificial as fuck. This thing's controlling us somehow. Dude, is the moon Nibiru? Oh, brother.
The moon appears in the sky as almost the exact same size as the sun. This is what allows us to have eclipses. Our distance to the sun is 400 times our distance to the moon, and the size of the sun is 400 times the size of the moon. Could this be a coincidence?
Nah.
Well,
as a nurse, he literally looks like his hemoglobin is below 7, like horrendously anemic presentation. Dude, Peter, I'm telling you, all these dudes look sickly. It's crazy that they think that they're like the... It's crazy, man. Elon, like, jumping the other day. Like, I know exactly who these people are. They've just never had anyone say no to them. Like, I could destroy... If I was in a room with Elon Musk, I could literally make him cry in less than 1 minute. I guarantee it. For sure. Balled up on the floor, crying in 1 minute. Peter, 30 seconds. I just go up to him and say it's not your fault and hug him, and he'd start bawling his fucking eyes out. Dude, he'd be like... It'd be like a Fight Club when I'll be Bob with the big breasts, and I'll put Peter right there on my bosom. I'll say, Peter, it's okay, brother man. It's not your fault. Your daddy shouldn't have done that to you. He was a Nazi. That's why we don't do Nazi shit and we don't fuck with Nazis, right? And he goes, yeah, CatDad, I love you. I'm sorry for sending the government at you and, you know, blocking you from any of the algorithms. I'm sorry for all the bad things that I do. I shouldn't have done it. I wasn't raised right. My brain from the cloning, it's off. It's really off. And I'd say, it's okay, Peter. It's okay, Peter. You're a good boy, Peter. I love you. And then he'd fucking die. He would die if I told him I loved him. His heart would stop and he would collapse to the ground and die. His heart can't handle it. He's never felt love. Never felt love in his life. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine being Peter and never, ever knowing what it is to love an animal or pet an animal? You know that man has never been near an animal. He probably says, ew, when he sees a dog. I guarantee, like, dude, you know something freaky like that. Or he's like, I have lizards. I have my pet lizard. No, dude, he would have a fucking gray. He's probably got a gray Dobby locked up in his basement.
But when enough coincidences pile up, we may have to adjust our thinking and be a little more open-minded. And that's what happened in 1970. Two Soviet scientists looked at all the evidence and all these coincidences and came to what they felt was the only logical conclusion. And they agreed that their theory sounded crazy, but said not only is the moon hollow, but it's
when he gets wireless blood, it's all over for his boys.
also a spacecraft that traveled here in the distant past.
What the fuck?
So now we have to ask, who built the moon?
Dude, it's looking like it be a fucking ship, right? Come on. And why? Did it literally come here to fucking, like, make our oceans chill? Is that what the whole point is? Would our oceans be, like, crazy if the moon wasn't there? The lunar orbiter experiments had vastly improved knowledge of the, well... Did anything go to the moon ever? Vastly improved knowledge of the moon's gravitational field and indicated the frightening possibility that the moon might be hollow. Yes, let's go. No, lizards are cool. I'm just saying that Peter already works for lizard people that live on the moon. So it'd just be fitting that he'd be like, I don't have a dog, I have lizards. You'd be like, no, I got a lizard, it's cool. But he'd be like, I have a bunch of lizards. Yes, I do. Lots of lizards. They're my little lizard slaves. No, Peter, they're called pets. He says, no, they're my lizard slaves.
Every ancient culture.
This thing is an unmanned craft? Bullshit. You know that there's lizard aliens on this.
On Earth has stories about the moon. But it's interesting that the further back you go, the fewer stories there are. And if you go back far enough, there are stories that talk about a sky before the moon arrived. Roman and Greek authors in the 5th century BC have stories about the Proselines, and they lived in an area called Arcadia. And they said they've been here since before there was a moon in the heavens.
Wait, the moon didn't even come till like a couple thousand years ago?
Now, on the other side of the world, the ancient culture of Tiwanaku in Bolivia also refers to a time when there was no moon. The Tiwanaku claim the moon arrived between 11,500 and 13,000 years ago.
Oh, unmanned craft have gone to the moon. Okay. Yeah, because humans, that Van Allen belt thing is actually real. That's like a belt of radiation that will kill people and we don't have like shields for yet. I bet you gotta do something plasma or something. Think outside the box, stupid NASA, you dummies. They're like, oh, we can't make a different kind of metal. Like, dude, no, it's electromagnetic shit. The answer to everything is electromagnetic shit that you've been hiding, you goofy corn dogs.
If you're into ancient theories as much as I am, you'll recognize that this time coincides perfectly with a period called the Younger Dryas. And all kinds of myths and mysteries are said to have happened during the Younger Dryas, and we'll cover them on this channel. Now, going back to Africa, there are Zulu legends that specifically say the moon is hollow, and living inside is an intelligent race of reptilian extraterrestrials.
Lizard people?
Yep.
Lizard people built the moon!
Okay,
That's
I
what
do
they
like
believe.
the lizard
Lizard people are very industrious.
They seem to be. The Zulu believe the moon was put into orbit by two brothers who were gods, and this legend is similar to what the Sumerians believed. The Sumerians also had a legend of two brothers, Enki and Enlil, who were called
Anunnaki.
Yep, Anunnaki, the extraterrestrial gods who created mankind.
Everything is falling into place with this one.
Oh, you ain't seen nothing yet. How about this? The Zulu also believed that before the moon arrived, the climate of the Earth was very different. There were no seasons, and a blanket of thick water vapor covered the entire planet. And we now know that the moon does stabilize our climate. Without the moon's gravity, the Earth's axis would wobble. There would be no consistent seasons, no tides, extreme weather. The presence of the moon is what allows life on Earth to thrive. So back to the Zulu. The Earth was covered by a thick layer of water vapor, and you could only see the sun through this hazy mist. When the moon was finally placed into orbit, all this water vapor fell at once, and it created a cataclysmic global flood.
Oh, wait.
Oh. Interesting.
There's a flood.
Dude, he was chief in clouds.
Always, every time. Every ancient culture has a flood myth, and there's mounting evidence that this did
And dude, this would appear like they're saying, right? Like the fucking... It looked like the rain, like the ocean poured out of the sky or something. Dude, the Earth was just like, had tons of water vapor on it, but it wasn't like straight up water yet? Did they bring water in the moon?
Indeed happen during the Younger Dryas. Cultures around the world have myths that are in perfect sync with each other. The coincidences keep piling up. The Zulu legend talks about how the arrival of the moon changed the tides and stabilized the climate. And this is something that wasn't understood by science until the past 100 years. Yet somehow the ancient Zulu were able to make the connection between the moon and the tides and the seasons. All of these myths and legends, plus strange coincidences and anomalies about the moon, start to add up to a compelling theory that the moon is hollow, is artificial, and was placed here by intelligent beings long ago. But coincidences aren't proof, and myths aren't proof. We need to know what's been happening on the moon lately to see if we can make our case with hard evidence. Lucky for us, the evidence is there.
The best possible explanation for the moon is observational error. The moon doesn't exist. All existing explanations for its presence are fraught with difficulties. Wait, what?
Science tells us that the moon is a cold, lifeless place. It has no atmosphere. There hasn't been seismic activity for millions of years. Its core, unlike the Earth's, is cold. For a supposedly dead world, there's an awful lot of activity up there. On March 7th, 1971, a cloud of water vapor appeared on the moon that covered 100 square miles, and it was there for 14 hours before it dissipated.
What?
There's not supposed to be atmosphere on the moon, but for those 14 hours, there was. In fact, 6 astronomers in the past 100 years have documented a glowing mist in the crater named Plato. The same mist, the same crater, over many years. Boulder tracks are seen on the moon, all over the place. And that's weird enough, but how do boulders roll for miles and then go uphill, like in this photo? And since the days of Aristotle, astronomers have seen strange lights appear on the surface of the moon, sometimes visible with the naked eye. NASA even reported that between the years 1540 and 1967, there were 570 sightings of light flashes on the moon that couldn't be explained. Sightings of strange lights continue to this day. The Aristarchus crater was photographed in 1992, and it shows a glowing blue light, now called the Blue Gem. And this anomaly has been seen by Earth-based telescopes every few years since. Some have even speculated it's a fusion reactor. And these events of mysterious light and mist happen so...
Dude, oh my god, how am I finding this shit out? There's like pictures of a blue light on there? Dude, what the fuck? Isn't there pictures of blue lights on the moon around Mars? Ceres or
frequently,
whatever?
But there's even a name for them, transient lunar phenomena, or TLPs. But things get even more weird. There are plenty of photographs of what appear to be artificial objects on the surface of the moon. Towers that reach several miles high, pyramids, symmetrical structures.
Look at that.
These have been photographed by astronomers, probes, even the astronauts themselves. And the biggest anomaly of all? Why haven't we gone back to the moon? Sergeant...
Well, because we haven't gone there.
Carl Wolf was working as a technician for the Air Force, and he was repairing equipment that transferred images from a lunar satellite. Those photos, according to Sergeant Wolf, showed artificial structures on the moon, what he described as a base. And this is corroborated by another technician working with Wolf. And Wolf wasn't a UFO, ET, moon theory guy. He was just a tech. He said he was excited to see the pictures on the news and have NASA explain what they were. He was surprised when the photos never turned up. The photos were found in a very early release from NASA. These structures are very large and very tall. You can even see they cast shadows. And these are photos I'd like to learn more about. But I can't. They no longer exist. Now, almost immediately after landing on the moon, the Apollo 11 crew said they saw something that shook them up. Watch the press conference they gave when they returned. These men aren't acting like they made history or had a life-changing experience.
It's a beginning of
I think it's because they're liars.
a new age.
There's no way this is out of fear.
They look sad, frightened, uncomfortable, even depressed. Why? Is there a reason we haven't returned to the moon? And could it be that the Apollo missions discovered something that ancient cultures knew centuries ago? Something that reputable scientists believe is the only answer to this list of mysteries. That the moon is not what it seems or what we've been told. The moon is hollow, artificially constructed, and appeared in Earth's orbit from somewhere else, far away.
Makes sense to me.
Does it make sense to you? So what can science explain about the hollow moon spaceship theory? Well, the formation of the moon is still unknown, so score theory 1, science 0. The density problem is said to be because after the giant impact, the Earth's upper mantle formed the moon. The mantle is much less dense than the core. Okay, the problem with this is the giant impact theory probably isn't what happened. And the theory about the Earth and the moon forming out of that big donut shape?
In geometry, that's called a torus.
Torus? Well, that wouldn't explain the density discrepancy. We're told the moon ringing like a bell is because the moon is much less dense, and the moon's rock has much less water, so vibrations reverberate longer and farther. This can't be proven, but okay. The perfect eclipses? Well, here's where science wins. The eclipses aren't exact. They're close, but not perfect. Besides, the moon is drifting farther away from the Earth every year, so eclipses are becoming less and less perfect all the time. And whether the moon arrived 14,000 years ago or was formed billions of years ago, it was much closer to the Earth, so it was much larger in the sky. Now, NASA claims that we know the moon isn't hollow because of seismic observations. And that's fair, but it's still conjecture. Look, we don't know for sure what's at the center of the Earth, much less what's at the center of the moon.
If there's anything at all.
Right. Now, the structures are said to be shadows or
all right, Hecklefish, that was pretty good. I like that.
Optical illusions.
Nope.
And the lights are from meteor impacts or reflections from glassy patches on the surface.
Nope.
But the bottom line is this. Yes, the hollow moon spaceship theory is a wild one, I admit that. And many of the anomalies found on the moon can be explained. The explanations aren't perfect, but they're enough to satisfy skeptics. And I consider myself a skeptic, but I'm open-minded. I just want to know the truth. When I started researching this story, I thought it would be a fun ride, a pure tinfoil hat experience that we could button up with science. That's not what happened. There's just so much unknown and unexplainable that something doesn't feel right about what we've been told about the moon. But as always, the space agencies and the governments they serve are very selective about the images and information they release. So I have a message for them. For NASA, the European Space Agency, Russia, China, Elon Musk, Richard Branson, Jeff Bezos, and anyone with the resources to put people back on the moon. The message is this: if you want us to believe your explanations, you're gonna have to prove it.
Thanks for subbing, Deep Space Blairy.
All right, what's this?
I got a sponsor.
You've got a sponsor? Why do you need a sponsor?
Google and Facebook can't track me.
Oh yeah.
With 55 minutes of love song.
Oh yeah. What was this one? Oh, this is Blair. How did I scroll back that far? Whoops. Oh, let's finish our the frick did it go? I clicked out of our Putney. All right, someone find a great, fun video to watch for after this, okay? I'll read. Someone produce me, all right? Here we go. We left off on the 4 eyewitness accounts describing the location of this secret underground U.S. government research installation clearly indicate an area near 64 degrees north latitude at the convergence of the Unalakleet and Old Woman rivers. All accounts indicate the elongated dome structure was built directly above an artificially enlarged natural cavern enclosing a perfectly preserved four-sided pyramid rising from a base measured at a depth of 700 feet below ground. Whoops. All right, here we go. The synthetic composition of black magnetic geopolymer basalt forming the surface dome and underground pyramid corresponds to geopolymer products of the Atlantean civilization dating as early as 30,200 BP. I think I already read this shit. The classical Sanskrit word for darkness is Vrtra, a term associated with demons of the underworld, applied here to designate this hidden Atlantean complex. Dude, Vrtra, I like that. Okay, cool. And yeah, dude, they poured this basalt shit. They poured it, I think, like concrete. They used to pour it in blocks and stuff. I don't know how they did it, but maybe we'll find out. Vrtra underground pyramid, in a cavern below Vrtra Dome and on Old Woman River, Alaska. I'm going to have to put all these in Google Earth too. Is located 5,929 miles from the Great Pyramid, representing 23.82% of Earth's mean circumference. This site shows exact placement at 64 degree north latitude with a radial distance interval reflecting the values of Fibonacci in Fibonacci number 58. Why are they number? What is Fibonacci number 58? Are they all specific numbers? These site alignment features maximize reception of focused infrasound resonance. The site was constructed as a domed temple with a linear ascending walkway progressing northeastward to its apex based on available topographic data for the site. The total height of Vrtra Dome was apparently been constructed to match the exact height of the Great Pyramid to which it has been strategically aligned. Okay, I see. So there's a pyramid that's like 700 feet underground and it's 590 feet tall, right? Is that what they're saying? Or no, I'm wrong. I feel like, but whatever. They're saying the basalt thing, there's a dome that's like poured over a pyramid to like hide it, I think. Right? And the dome top is the same height as Giza. Dude, I bet that we could figure out all the ones that were connected by figuring out which ones are at the same height. Because, dude, they're just making the magnetic arcs. Dude, could you have seen this? Would this have made the entire, like... Would the entire Earth look like a fucking Tesla coil? Or, you know, like a... You know how the top of a Tesla coil is like... Would it be like that? Dude, that would be nuts. That'd be cool. Like, would everything look like a Aurora Borealis or something? Or would it look like literally lightning sky? I don't know if I like lightning sky, actually. But it would be really cool if there was just like one streak of lightning that was just always there, and it was like just your nightlight. It wasn't a ton, but at night you could see it, and it gave you a little bit so that, you know, it wasn't so dark. That'd be cool. Dude, I want electric Earth. Give me electric Earth right now. Damn it. Do we need to look into Elon's tunnel digging company boring more? Oh, yeah, dude, we should. Dude, and tunnel and his family is a mining company, or mining family, you know? Like, all these Nancy families are all mining families. Is it just because they're willing to be brutal? Like, how'd they all wind up with these stupid mines? Incident infrasound is transduced by the dome's piezoelectric stone into a localized high-intensity EM field, while the angled sides of the dome focus energy downward into the subterranean pyramid directly below. Yo. Oh, the basalt. This shit is supposedly pushing down piezoelectric energy into the pyramid. And then every detail of the information provided in eyewitness accounts of the underground pyramid site conforms to the set of ancient artificial stone features and modern man-made features that include the helicopter landing zone, access pathways, and small concrete buildings. In fact, these man-made features are so easily distinguished in satellite imagery, it's quite surprising that no previous investigators have been able to identify this spectacular ancient temple site, given the many available first-hand accounts. Dude, that is, you know that's fucking, that's the boy Putney throwing massive shade. He's saying, but dude, this is how I feel all the time. I'm like, no one is looking into anything, bro. Oh, where did I'm going to add this. I got to add this location to Google Earth real quick. Shoot. 64.01. Ugh. 9009 north. Comma. Whoops. Take me there, bud. Oh, it was pretty close. Dude, look at this shit. Oh, man. Let's go, dude. That is a fucking... That looks like it's a poured fucking concrete thing. And it's right by the river, dude. Do freaking aliens live inside of this thing? Oh my goodness. It's just like they put their little house there. What is this thing? That's something too. Dude, is like what's that thing from Strange Encounters of the Third Kind or whatever? The Devil's Tower or whatever? Is that one of these? Or is that actually an ancient tree? Dude. Oh my god. Dude, I want to go to all these things. Fuck. What else is around here? What the hell? Yeah, Unilocklete. Dude, I talked a lot of shit about my Magic Mouse, but I miss it. I wish that it would just fucking work. I don't know how to... I can't swipe. Gonna have to RV to it. Yeah. Oh, you're so right, bro. Yes, we're going to. Okay, let's get back to reading. What are you guys going to have for dinner? All right, here we go. The site was constructed as a domed temple with a linear ascending walkway progressing northeastward to its apex. Based on available topographic data for the site, the total height... Wait, did I already read that. Sorry. I read that. I think we're here. The underground research project is so heavily compartmentalized that the electrical engineers were only allowed access to a monitoring station comprised of a small concrete building situated at the base of one of the pyramid's corners, fully equipped with electronic metering devices and a large viewing window. A simple digital sketch was provided by the remote viewer who targeted the site, depicting a small fenced-in stairway, an elevator access building that closely matches buildings seen in satellite imagery at the Caltag Portage Trail at the junction of the Unilocklete and Old Woman Rivers. Did I already read this too? No, I haven't read anything about HHO plasma yet. Hell yeah. But I see that. Look at this. The energy from major solar storms and X-class flare eruptions in the sun's corona is ambiently amplified by the ancient solid-state machinery of the world's pyramid network, becoming focused at nodal points in the global mandala distribution pattern of infrasound standing wave resonance. During such episodes of heightened planetary resonance, corresponding elevated EM conditions are experienced within the underground chamber housing the Vrtra pyramid due to the superconductivity of ferrite geopolymers cast in vein-like formations that run throughout the megalithic features of this immense magnetite pyramid. Bro, what? It has like veins of this shit in it? What, does it glow? Does it light up? Oh Oh my god. Enhanced conditions generate a green glowing aura around the pyramid as oxygen atoms in the air are ionized, as EM field strengths increase within the Great Chamber. The coloration of luminous airborne plasma formations take a deeper red ultraviolet hues, simulating the visible effects of atmospheric aurorae as hydrogen atoms are split from water vapor molecules in the air to form HHO plasma. Wait, he's saying if he sees it as red, then he's going to hell. Or he's not going to fucking change. You gotta see gold, guys, okay? The use of electrical metering equipment in the subterranean monitoring station is regularly impeded by spates of heightened EM activity in the chamber that has caused overloading and burnouts on various occasions. The Vrtra Dome, helicopter landing, access building, Caltage, portage trail. Dude, I'm going to add this to the Miro too. Service building. A pair of small rectangular cement buildings protected by razor wire and electrified fencing are located off CalTag Portage Trail in the southern side of the Vrtra Dome. Dude, this is so cool. The world is mysterious AF, dude. This is sick. I love this shit. Man, I was in The World is So Boring. I was like, the world is so boring up until like 6 months ago. Oh, we live in the boring timeline. No, we live in the bad timeline, but the world is incredible. The universe is incredible. Providing vertical access to the subterranean research facility monitoring the ancient Vrtra pyramid. Several small meandering pathways can be seen running to the elevator access building from the unmarked area used as a helicopter landing zone, just as described in the second eyewitness account given by the engineer's son. Okay, yeah, look. Helicopter landing, zippity-doo-dah, there is the path. There is the access building. The various site reports indicate a long set of stairs leading down perhaps 50 feet to an elevator that continues down another 650 feet or more before arriving at a short horizontal corridor connecting to the small station at one of the corners of the underground power structure. From the layout of man-made features observed at the southern side of the Vrtra Dome at ground level, the subterranean monitoring station is situated on the northwest corner of the underground pyramid, just southeast of the 650-foot elevator shaft. Fluctuations of high-intensity EM fields surrounding the Vrtra Dome and underground pyramid represent a major hazard for helicopter pilots who risk their lives and the lives of their crew. Yeah, dude. Each time they are forced to approach and land at the site using visual data alone, without any recourse to instrumentation, which is rendered inoperable in proximity to the site. This is just the first of many hazards related to the location. Dude, the other thing that Putney does, which, dude, I swear to God, he can't be a straight-up Nancy, right? He's just a free thinker. He saw that video and was like, whoa, for once, Tucker's fucking spitting, and I gotta post this on YouTube. Oh my God. Dude, please. Everyone can't be a Nancy, bro. Dude. But I was just gonna say, the one other thing that I love about his research papers is that he fucking ends the page and like usually ends his thought at the page break. It's so nice. You know what I mean? For the most part. I mean, there are times where he has to split it up and go across the page break, but he always stops. Like, for the most part, he tries to put a freaking period and end that page on that page. Like, each page is kind of a standalone beauty. Dude, he can't be right. I mean, no, I was gonna say Even getting information from Nancy's isn't that bad. Dude, there's no way. It can't be a Nancy. Can't be a Nancy. Can't be. No, I know. It's just, I know. I'm just saying that the last time that we had a sus, like, I feel like I'm pretty sure Hanky is, right? But, dude, he can't be. There's decency in, it's just one interview. I'm not, right? Okay. I'm spiraling here, but it's okay, right? I just feel like I keep finding, you know, it's just like, I don't want to lose another scholarly source, especially Putney, man. Come on. They can't take Putney from me. He has the greatest research papers that he provides for everyone for free. He's into the meditation and the vibrations of the earth. He can't be a Nazi. Right? But yeah, who said just pull the band-aid off? Oh, now I'm scared to dive deeper into it. I'm not diving deeper into it today. I can't. Oh my god, do I have to? Is it like mandatory? Or is it like my obligation now? No. It was just one interview with 2 corn dogs. And mostly Tucker was not lying that much in that thing, right? Take the good, leave the bad. Yeah, right? Okay, yeah. Like, a lot of this... Yeah, you're right. Yeah, take the good, leave the bad. Let's go. Strict security measures have been taken by U.S. military teams. Like, I would still probably watch a Hanky, and I would just do it like a Johnny video now, you know? And just try and find where he's trying to point his finger at Jewish people, or whatever the fuck his deal is. We should do that sometime. We should watch through 7 again, the October 7th thing, and see if that's what he was doing. Right? I forget. Someone said that it felt like, a couple times that they said that it felt like Hanky was waiting for someone to deny the Holocaust. I don't know what that moment was, but I kind of want to see it and see where the hell you're talking about. Because I believe you if you say it's true. If you say it's true, I want to see it. Because I didn't get that vibe. But I did get other vibes. Well, I mean, he was like very, you know, controlling of my set. Thank you very much. For once in my fucking life, this is my set. And I was just being a courteous host and letting him railroad me. But now I know that he's probably a frickin' Natzilla. I put Hanky on the Lebensboard, and he's like Elon Musk's dad. Strict security measures have been taken by U.S. military teams accessing the underground pyramid due to repeated aerial attacks by spacecraft deployed from an array of underground hangars in occupied sectors of the Vrtra complex. Situated 9 miles south of the power station dome, an underground pyramid. Yo, this is a complex of this shit? Dude, that do be looking like the basalt pouring, kind of. Fuck, man. Dude, it's been in front of us all along. Vrtra Pyramid Complex, situated south of Vrtra Dome along the Old Woman River, Alaska, is located Did I already read this? No. Is located 5.937 miles from the Great Pyramid, representing 23... Did I read this? No, right? Sorry, I'm losing my mind. This resonant distance interval assures efficient reception of infrasound resonance focused by the axis symmetric structures of the Orion Pyramid Complex. Just 12 miles to the east of the Vrtra Pyramid Complex is a triad of ancient temples with triangular frontal facades? Yo, what? Where? Dude. Like this? Oh my goodness. Oh my freaking glaciers. Vrtra Dome and Underground Pyramid and All-Nitak Pyramid. Measuring from the elevation of the base of the largest mountain pyramid at roughly 880 feet above sea level to its apex at 1,440 feet, yields a total height of 580 feet for the monumental structure. Oh my God, it's got 3 of them? Oh, isn't that just like Giza, kind of? Oh, this one looks further away than the ones in Giza, maybe. All-Nitak Pyramid, or 10 Mile River, Alaska, is located 5,935 miles from the Great Pyramid, representing 23% of Earth's mean circumference. This site also shows placement near 64-degree north latitude along a resonant radial distance that reflects the value of Fibonacci number 125 in percent and the value of Fibonacci number 348 in miles. Yeah, dude, look at this shit. Dude, that's a straight up pyramid. Get out of here. Get out of here, dude. That's a straight up. This might be one too. What the frick? Oh, man. When observed from the south, the triangular front facades of these ancient temple structures cannot be appreciated. A view of All-Nitak Pyramid with its front facade in shadow from the north side reveals it to be part of a larger complex with 2 smaller half pyramids forming a triad of temples, outside from linear alignment to represent the 3 stars of Orion's belt. Information shared through the Cassiopeia dialogues of Laura Knight Jadsick and her group identify the Orion constellation as the stellar region of origin for all humanoid species in our Milky Way, which accounts for the repeated architectural references. The remoteness of the sacred temple city site assures the very little modern activity has taken place in its vicinity. The Paleo-Sanskrit votive name All-Nitak is composed of 4 glyphs reading All-Nitak, meaning ability within, the endowing of the cloud, referencing Atlantean water birthing practices and HHO plasma formed when water vapor clouds rising within the piezoelectric stone chambers of pyramids and temples. Get the fuck out of here. To be continued. Let's go, dude. We're cruising for a bruising today.
Almost 100% are man-made, but there are a few that can't be explained or debunked. They just can't. I don't know if there's a pyramid buried in Alaska, but if there is, I'm pretty sure it can generate energy, just like the Great Pyramid of Giza did when the Anunnaki built it 130,000 years ago. Prove me wrong. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. My name is AJ, that's Hecklefish.
Bravo, Hecklefish.
Jump up and get down.
This has been the Y-Files. Get fun.
Okay. So then I had to go Blackly Teppy, but that's really long. Giants of Malta is pretty long. You guys got anything short and sweet?
Ufology, UFO, and...
Dude, why does it keep scrolling me back so far? Ooh, there's an oscillation one? Oh wait, this is the one I just read, I think. This is the... Yeah, but this is supposedly what's in the center is ammonia, hydrogen nitride, and methane hydride crystal. We should maybe talk about the Peru alien bodies at some point. Ooh, that core has donk. Yeah, where's the Peru alien bodies? Scientists assert alien mummies in Peru are really dolls. Okay, so we know that these are fucking real as shit. They're dolls assembled with animal bones. Yep, okay, if all these things are saying that they're dolls made out of animal bones, then we know that they're real. Alien mummies in Peru.
In just over a 2-week period, both Steve Mira and myself, Barry Fitzgerald, travelled enough miles to take us completely around this planet, and then some, in an attempt to find answers. Scientific answers to finally solve that age-old question.
You just got the YouTube CatDad notification for episode 51? You just got it? Dude, I posted that yesterday afternoon. I mean, dude, it's really like disheartening, you know, because we were on an upward trajectory. Like, I would get like 500 views on my first few streams, and everything was just going straight up. Like, every day it was better and better. And, you know, they just get to hit the stop button. They say, nope, Like, dude, literally on Instagram, I have not gotten a new follower since my October 7th. April 13th or whatever, OOB day. My CatDad's personal 9/11, which was the OOB day. But yeah, dude, it sucks. It really pisses me off. I think, but you know what? It's because otherwise we would be fucking successful, and that's what I keep reminding myself. And eventually we're gonna break through. I'm just gonna keep fucking making shit. I'm never stopping. This is all I want to do, dude. This is so fun. I love this. And then eventually we'll break out. But it is really disheartening when you're like on your way to get to like having like 100 people in the room at the same time, and then just noticing that they just put a hard limiter stop at 30 people after a couple weeks. I don't know, it sucks. It's all I know is it's not fair. So I'm gonna remind them of that when they're pissing in their pants and crying when we're spanking their fucking asses after all this. But it's okay. It's because we're successful, and because we otherwise would have millions of people hanging out with us. That is why they're so stupid and why they're such assholes. Is because we have the juice to get all these fucking rats out of here, and they're scared of us starting a revolution, which is awesome. I want you to be scared of me doing that. Not what I mean. Here's a bit about recent CT evidence. CatDad listed 3 hours ago.
If we are truly alone in this universe, the results are in, and this is our story.
Nazca Mummies. Oh, hell yeah. Wait, we'll check that out in a minute. I want to see if this is any good first. This is called Alien Mummies in Peru. Unexplained UFOs. Yo, it's an hour and 35 minutes? I thought it was 1 minute and 35 seconds. Let's peep it for a second. Let's see if they got a good hook to keep us. Dude, those were the big ass lines. Were those the Nazca? Dude, it's so cool that they would draw on the side of
In June 2017, the internet exploded with images and video of a mysterious mummy discovered in South America. It has become known as the three-fingered hybrid. But what do we really know about this discovery? My name's Steve Merrer, and I'm an investigative researcher based here in the UK. Join me and my cameraman and fellow researcher Barry Fitzgerald as we travel to the Southern Hemisphere and uncover the mysteries surrounding this discovery, securing much more information and interviewing the people that bore this explosive find. Against all odds, we must navigate our way to a secret.
Is this like a homegrown documentary? This documentary explores what's considered by some experts to be the greatest discovery of all time. A mummy of non-human, possibly extraterrestrial origins that was unearthed in Peru.
Secret location to view the body amidst government attempts to seize the evidence and capture those involved. This is our journey, and we'll be keeping you up to date every step of the way. Obviously got some delays today. Hopefully we'll be back on track very shortly, but as it stands at this moment in time, we're just going to have to join the queue, just try and get all this stuff through.
Just show us the fucking aliens. Oh my god, it's 10 minutes in and it's still fucking airplanes.
Where they find this place.
Is there any aliens here?
That we've actually been told is absolutely incredible. To be honest with you, it's one of those things was apparently, just like the Roswell footage, the Roswell incident, this foil that unfolds itself, apparently some of this was found and was sold for only $8,000 to somebody in Asia. I mean, that's just incredible. You can't even fathom that. If that be true, then there is an international market for this, for these discoveries. We've been told that there's a lot more discoveries to come. We've had an inkling as to what that might consist of tonight, and we were absolutely completely blown away with some of the things that we've been shown, some of the photographs that would be put out in front of us. It's quite incredible. We're going to be finding out a lot more tomorrow.
Oh, you know who else I wanted to watch a video about? What's her name? Dolores Cannon? You guys want to watch a video about her? She supposedly channeled Confucius. Wait, is it Confucius or a different person? And dude, the way she talks makes me believe her. I don't know, I just don't think that everyone is lying, you know? I think more people than not aren't lying. Why the fuck not? And the way that she talks about it makes me think that time is like in outer range. Time's a river that's under us, and it's always going. And you might be able to hop in to different times at any time. But she said that she channeled Confucius while he is in his time alive. It's pretty cool. I'll find a video. Unless you guys have one.
Now, in about 15 minutes, we're going to be catching a taxi and we're going to be heading to the Ikari Institute. We're going to be needing to talk to Thierry about some of the biggest questions that everyone seems to be posing over the internet right at this moment in time. Questions about the mummy. Now, not only that, we're going to be finding out a little bit about Thierry's work, the work that he's done over the years, the findings, and of course, a little bit about the Institute itself. So it's going to be really interesting.
De tener 3 dedos. Like 30 minutes in, no fucking aliens.
Entonces, si es un fake, si es un fraud, si eso sería un, ¿dónde son los cortes, etcétera? ¿Cómo lo han hecho? ¿No? ¿Cómo lo han hecho?
Claro. Now, looking at the feet, it doesn't.
say like a general sense. So in my view, and I don't know a lot about philosophy, but it seems to me that philosophers are pretty much like critical thinkers, which to me, when I think of that, I think that is probably not going to be compatible with the UAP phenomenon, which is unpredictable, and of course we don't get to see any of the classified sensor data. So I'm just curious, what are your thoughts on that?
I feel like philosophy and like all the arts honestly need to be so much more like, dude, all we've been letting think about this shit is the military. That's bad. That's not the right choice. That's a horrible decision. Like, that's part of why everything sucks, right? Like, there literally should be philosophers and shit. Yeah, for sure. That's how in The Expanse they have philosophers go. But it's important. People should think about the gravity of things and like what things mean before they just do it. Like, you know, like you should have philosophers involved in the decision. Like if someone decided to like terraform a planet, like that should be spoken. Like I feel like you should get humanity experts involved and like people to really think about the repercussions of what you're doing. Like I do think that should be important. Writers too, all sorts of shit. Like, I mean, everyone should be involved. It's crazy that we're not, that they just hide all this shit from us and just let Nazis.
You know, the mummies of Peru. Let's talk about just the UAP issue and your views on that.
Yeah, sure. So, first of all, I mean, it's definitely true that if you were to walk the halls of a philosophy department and ask them, ask faculty members how many of them are taking UAP alien stuff seriously, you would get a very, very low percentage, as you would expect. That being said, I actually think philosophy is one of those disciplines that has been built around trying to do critical thinking in areas where we have kind of incomplete evidence or where there's questions about what would even constitute evidence. So as I think you mentioned at the beginning, my kind of passion has always been in the philosophy of religion. And, the arguments that come up in the philosophy of religion are ones that are built around the assumption that we're talking about issues that we don't have sensor data for, right? We don't have, photos and videos of things. We are dealing with people who have experiences of certain kinds, religious experiences, profound experiences that we need to make sense of. We're talking about the nature of the whole universe and why it exists. And it's, not exactly clear how to think about evidence or reasons in that context. So actually, I think philosophy is pretty well equipped to bring some helpful insights to an issue like this.
Excellent. And yeah, I'm kind of hoping that the whole academic world turns around. Of course, we've got people like yourself that are advocating for this. We've got Dr. Gary Nolan and others. And it sure seems that from the perspective of moving the ball forward, academia, that is, I think, one of the most important areas that we have some progress on. So, okay, now tell us about, and again, as I mentioned before, my knowledge on this whole UAP thing, let alone the Nazca mummies, is pretty minimal, I think, compared to a lot of folks. So what is the history of these things? And these things, I keep calling them mummies, but they're not really mummies, correct?
Yeah, so I think as it will become very clear today, as I kind of talk a little more and show you some of the things that we do know about them, it's really very unclear what exactly they are. But yeah, let me tell you a little bit of the backstory. So to this day, the place that they were allegedly found is not known to the public. There is a guy who gets codenamed Mario, who essentially claims to have found these things, and he brought them to an archaeologist, a French archaeologist who works in Cusco, Peru, named Thierry Jamin, and basically asking Thierry, what do you think these things are? Right? Because they're very, very strange. And then Thierry, from that point all the way to the present, has been trying to get people to do more studies on them, to take them seriously, to get more information, and very importantly, look at the information that's already been gathered. and try to figure out what exactly they are. He went early on to the Ministry of Culture in Peru and was dismissed. Basically was told that, they weren't going to take these things seriously. They don't trust the people involved. And so what's happened essentially is there's now been 7 or so years worth of disjointed attempts to get some scans, get some DNA, get some various other kinds of analysis done on these things in an attempt to try to figure out what they are. So where we are right now is there's actually several different distinct groups of people who have access to different distinct groups of these bodies and are trying to do pretty serious analysis on them.
Okay, great.
Dane, do you know if this person is a trustworthy fella or no? Or you don't know?
That completely makes sense. So, how many of these things exist, or do we even know how many of these bodies are there? The ones that we think are real and not assembled from human bone or animal bones or things like that.
Yeah, well, okay, so this is going to get complicated, and it's an interesting time for you to have reached out to me because my own views are slightly in flux right now. As I've kind of gotten some more information, gotten some of the initial findings of the research that's being done, I'm able to hear about, and so I'm going to share some things today that actually very, very few people know about yet. So,
awesome.
You get the scoop here, and I've been trying to talk around to people.
Holy shit! This is from 6 hours ago. Let's go
and kind of figure out the best way to discuss some of these things publicly, and we decided this was a decent place to share some preliminary results. So sorry, your question that I was supposed to be answering was how many of them there are, right. and the answer is a lot. So I would say at least 50 to 60.
Wow.
And then depending on where you set the threshold for what you're taking seriously, substantially more than that. So yeah, let's say something on the order of 50 to 75 of them.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's really it's really a lot. And yeah, part of the reason that I got involved and the reason that I think I am bringing some value here is just trying to be able to think clearly about what all the various things are and what the implications of each of them are. And anyways, as I say, things are very much in flux right now, but there's a lot of the little things and of, as you say, various quality, various puzzlement, amenable to different kinds of explanations. So it's it's a very puzzling tangle of stuff.
Wow. Okay, great. Now you have sort of a PowerPoint or slideshow that you have put together, and yes. I understand this includes some of the new information that you are breaking here.
Yeah, that's right. I hate PowerPoint, so this is Google Slides. But
okay, great. Yeah, I hate them all. I suck at this stuff.
I don't know. PowerPoint is an abomination. But
that's Microsoft. What do you expect?
I know, right? So as I say, this is kind of a funny time for you to reach out to me. I'm giving a presentation. My friend Toby Martinez invited me to do a talk at the Roswell UFO Festival next weekend. And so I've been working on a slide deck for that and talking to the people who I'm working with to gather some information for that when this opportunity came up. So I feel it's a funny time. I'm slightly underprepared. So what I'm going to give you is like a preliminary version of something that will eventually be the sequel to the video that I did before, with a lot more graphics and animations and things like that. So today we're going to do the real-time version, the real-time half-ass version of what will eventually be.
He makes videos.
Skin is at that location, which I do not know.
Shit.
All right, so let's do this. Scans, get some DNA, get some that I got involved, and the reason that I think I am bringing some value here is, well, it's a funny time. I'm slightly underprepared. So, which was called Thinking Critically and Open-Mindedly about the Nazca Mummies. I'm going to come to a different conclusion here than I did in that.
Following the evidence when things get weird. That's awesome. Stephen Brown, PhD. I gotta find whatever videos he does.
Video based on some of the evidence that has come to light. And interestingly, I think the conclusion that I am now leaning towards is unlikely to make anybody happy.
All right, I'm calling
It's too weird to make the skeptics feel happy, and it's too normal to make the paranormal folk feel happy. So maybe that's an indicator of truth, or we'll see.
I'm sure McWest is watching. So
Oh, hi, Mick. I hope you're doing well, and I hope that you are having, you and your loved ones are flourishing. Okay, so I'm going to ask that you just spot me 3 things. So I don't want to redo everything that I did in the previous video, but I understand not everybody has seen that video. So the first thing I'm going to ask you to spot me is that these are real physical objects. So I'm going to show you imaging, 3D reconstruction imaging today, and I'm just going to have to ask you to trust me for the time being, that I'm not just like 3D rendering these things in Maya or something, that these are actually, there are real physical objects, and that they have been scanned, and that the scans are from real machines operated by qualified technicians in a, properly medical or research kind of a context. I can give you reasons for...
Wait, dude, what are little dude? Little dudes are made out of Applebee's riblets. I fuck with the Applebee's riblets so hard. Oh, I love those.
For thinking this, I talk about it a little.
That's the only thing I've ever had at Applebee's. I don't think I've ever eaten anything else there.
A little bit in the other video, but for now, I'm just gonna ask.
To this day, bro, I'll still get riblets.
You spot me that. Sure. The other thing is that I have some anonymous experts.
They're rib cages. They look snackable. Correct.
That I'm going to appeal to. Naturally and understandably, people keep asking me like, well, who are you? You're a philosophy professor. You're not a scientist. You don't have the credentials to look at these things. And I don't claim to be a scientist. So I am claiming to have some scientific stuff today.
Dude, I love a bloomin' onion too. Oh yeah, man. Those are the best. Damn. There was this place when I was growing up called the Charcoal Grill. I loved their barbecue sauce and their bloomin' onions, brothers. It was so good.
Because of the people that I'm working with. And as you noted earlier...
It's probably gone forever. Just like all my favorite places are gone.
Many of the people who are looking at these things are asking to be kept anonymous for the time being. And so I just need people to trust me that if they knew who these people were and the institutions that they work at and the roles that they play, it would be very clear that their expertise is relevant.
Sure.
Okay, so there's a lot of objects. I classify them according to similarity to certain paradigm cases. So one of the ones is called Maria. This is the one that the University of Ica crew just published a paper about. I think that was actually what your interview last week was focused around, was Maria. There's other ones. Montserrat, she was pregnant when she passed. Earl is very strange because he has double bones in his, I believe it's his right upper arm. So I call all of those M types because they're like Maria. J types are like Josefina. These are the little guys that this is not life size, but this is like the kind that was presented at the Mexico hearing. So Josefina was the first one of those studied. So anything that's like Josefina, I'll call it J type. And then there's another type called Suye, S types. These are little, and they littler than the J types are, and they look kind of like insects. I'll show you some images in a minute. All the names that are on the screen are the names that have been given to the beings for which I have CT scan data that I can show here. We can go through it as much as we want to today. If people have questions, I can jump back and forth between different bodies, and I can do some compare and contrast and show you all the kind of stuff you want to see.
That's fantastic.
There are some bodies. Well, there are these hands, very strange hands. I'll show you a photo here in a moment. They're about this big. All of these beings are tridactyl. That is, they have 3 fingers in the hands and 3 toes on the feet. All of the ones that I've just talked about have that feature. And then there are various other ones. And as you say, some of them seem to be very roughly made, let's say. And people have concluded in some cases that, well, people will ignore what people have concluded about them. There's a bunch of other ones. Just to give you a quick indication of what other kinds of things there are that I'm not really going to be talking about today because I do not have scan data on them. The image on the left side of the screen is one of these large hands. That is, there have been samples and some DNA out of these that have been taken. You can see how, I mean, obviously.
Get out of here with your freaky little talon hand. He's like, creep, let me touch your hair. Come here. Scream. A rusty spoon.
Obviously, you can see how it looks like something alien, and that actually like reptile-looking texture on it is not only skin, but there's like a metal disc underneath there.
Wow.
There's also what appear to be tendons coming out of the bottom. And I've talked to one of the people who took samples off of one of these things, and he indicated that these tendons do seem to run through, or these what appear to be tendons seem to run through a lot of the hand, because where he was cutting, he was running into that, trying to get a sample. The one on the right this is the only photo that I've seen of this one.
Yeah, I think volcano mummy.
And I think I'm just going to use this as an example case. We know that this has been sold to a private collector in the south part of Peru. And to my knowledge, or anybody else's that I've spoken to, there are no scans of this at all. So it's not even been x-rayed. So that kind of gives you a little bit of the scope of the things that we don't really have, that I don't have, my team doesn't really have good data on.
Now,
so I'm going to, go ahead.
I was going to say, just for our viewers, explain, if you wouldn't mind, why these things look like they're made out of plaster Paris. What is giving that appearance?
Yeah, good.
It's like a mummification process?
They are covered with what's called diatomaceous earth. The claim made by the person who found them is that they were buried in this white powder. Now, this is, very compatible with the geology of the local area. So there are caves that are filled with this white powder, and it's a natural desiccant. So if you took a body and put it in there,
bro, we just learned the word desiccant. Synchronization is real. It is real. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Then as it decayed, all of the liquids would get absorbed into that. It's made of like very little tiny bits of basically like seashells, little diatoms. That's why it's called diatomaceous earth. Okay. So, we know there's diatomaceous earth involved right now. Look at that one on the right. Is that a ground up construction using plaster Paris? Maybe. I have nothing on that except that one photograph, right? So this is one of the things you have to get used to when you're trying to understand what's going on with these mummies and the things around them, is some of them look very puzzling and perhaps just clearly fake. And some of them look very puzzling, but strikingly real. And so I'm not here to endorse anything about that thing on the right. I know nothing
CIA must have made the goofy Mickey Mouse version one.
About that thing on the right, other than that one photo, right? I know a little bit more about the one on the left. But what I want to talk about today and focus all of our attention on is these three types. So what I'm calling M types, J types, and S types. So the one on the left is Maria, the one on the center is Josefina, and the one on the right is Suye. These are pseudo to scale. I didn't get out the measurement and make sure they're all right, but that's roughly how they are sized to each other.
Really? That one is fucking huge.
There's a growing team of people who are looking at this. I'm going to call them my team, but that does not mean that I am the leader of that team or I've organized that team. This is just a group of people who most of them got involved independently. They're curious. They talked to various people like Gonzalo, who connect everybody together. Just there's a bunch of people out there who are excited and kind of creating social networks, getting people talking to each other. Will Gallison, people like that who are collecting people and getting them thinking about things. I'm playing a similar kind of a role. So I'm going to call it my team, but I don't want it to act like I'm in charge of that team. I'm going to give you some credentials of the people that I'm talking to, so you know when I say my experts or my team, that the kind of open mind cross border. Maybe that looks like an indicator of life. Nobody wants to talk about them here, and I'm very, very strange. I'm going to take a moment, if you will allow me, which you have to because I'm your guest.
That's right. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. I'm going to just read this statement, translated into English, but that was made by the faculty from the University of Ica back in November about their analysis. So Thierry Jameen worked with, actually, I don't know how he pulled it off, but managed to get at least 4 of these bodies work. And if you'd like them to have better resources, then let's work on a more just global system to make sure that they have the resources they need to have equal quality educational resources in Peru. All right, here we go. Let's read this just verbatim. The National University San Luis Gonzaga, Ica, Peru, through its research team, wishes to address the scientific community at the national and international level, as well as the authorities and the general public, to inform about our study work in relation to the dried tridactyl bodies with both human and reptilian characteristics, which have been known in the media as the Nazca mummies. These mummies were discovered in the provinces of Palpa and Nazca in the department of Ica, Peru. It's a rough translation. Sorry, it's a Reddit translation. As time has passed, this finding has gained notoriety in the media, generating controversy and debate. In this sense, we wish to clarify and communicate the following. On August 1, 2019, the university in Ica received 4 desiccated bodies with both human and reptilian characteristics. These specimens were delivered by journalist Jorge Israel Mantilla Carvajal, generally known as Joyce Mantilla, or Joyce Mentia, by virtue of his right to confidentiality and in compliance with the principle of confidentiality of the source of the information, blah, 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 blah. Delivery of bodies was carried out for the purpose of their custody, conservation, and investigations. The largest body, which we'll call Maria, this is the archetype for what I'm calling the M-types, which we call Maria, has a size similar to that of a human with a notable anatomical differences, among which an elongated skull and the presence of 3 fingers on both hands and feet stand.
Dude, and I feel like the reptile ones are different than the cool ones, like EBT. I don't fuck with the reptile ones, sorry. They're Peter's ancestors? No, thank you. Dude, I bet Peter's ancestors... I bet Peter is one of the Dragon Kings, right? Ugh.
Out. The osteological and imaging analysis of the extremities shows structural harmony and congruence without evidence of phalangeal mutilation, and rather, except in the case of the smallest body, which we call Wobita, this is the different one we won't really talk about today, but she does look clearly mutilated, whereas Maria does not look mutilated. Perhaps she is, but she sure doesn't look that way. The smaller bodies, which are approximately 60 centimeters in length, these are the ones that I'm calling J-types, exhibit a morphological and anatomical structure that differs significantly from the human one. The skin has morphological and histological characteristics that resemble those of reptiles, and the hands and feet are tridactyl. Blah, blah, blah. It's important to note that no rigid or metallic joining or supporting elements have been found in the entire body. Due to the uniqueness of these bodies and the marked anatomical and structural differences, more extensive research is required to better understand its nature. There's like, I think, 3 more of these. Sorry, but I'm not sorry.
Take your time. This is good.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Metallurgical analysis carried out by scanning electron microscopy of a metallic pectoral implant, it revealed an important finding. It was determined that the implant is composed of an alloy of several metals, with osmium being the predominant element. It is relevant to note that osmium is an element that was officially discovered in 1803. Due to its electrical properties, osmium is used in the manufacture of some electronic devices and in the production of sensors. Additionally, the microscopic study through optical metallography has revealed the existence of a matrix of microstructures.
And it's from fucking alien bones? What?
With microporocytes and microinclusions in the implant.
Wow.
However, despite the advances that point toward the confirmation that these bodies are real biological bodies and the presence of osmium in the metal implant, it's evident that more extensive studies are needed due to the marked morphological and structural differences that have been detected through comparative anatomy. Therefore, it's important to highlight that these preliminary results are not conclusive. During the period of custody and conservation of the dried body, our research team, mostly composed of medical specialists, has faced multiple obstacles and difficulties in the proper execution and completion of these investigations. These challenges include the pandemic, budget limitations, lack of institutional support, lack of necessary logistics, equipment, and technology, as well as legal interference by entities such as the Ministry of Culture and the Public Ministry, among others. Despite these
the Ministry, remember the Ministry of Humanity?
Obstacles, we managed to carry out imaging studies based on radiographs and tomography using resources provided by the researchers themselves, and metallurgical studies with the support of the National University of Engineering. It's important to highlight that at no time has the research team stated that these bodies belong to extraterrestrial beings. In the course of our investigation, the most we can affirm from a scientific perspective is that they are biological bodies of unknown origin which existed in times past, but not human. Our approach is based on rigorous study, and the search...
Yeah, Dane said, shit, where'd it go? Oh, frickaroni. Catasaur said, how do you feel about Dr. Greer, Dane? Dane said, the people involved are just happy to be a part of it. It's mostly lifelong alien nerds. I think that's very true. Same, like I just said, he's absolutely under the wing of the greater operation. I mean, the fact that disclosure is piecemealed out. Any of these guys that get exclusive access to these things are involved. Yeah, like Tom DeLonge is involved, I think, now. I'm assuming. But that doesn't mean that what they say is wrong. It just means that there's going to be something that they say that will be wrong. You know? Eventually, you just gotta keep your eye out for it. It doesn't mean what they are saying. Oh yeah, Dane just said it. It doesn't mean that what they're saying is completely untrue, but tread carefully. They may all be hiding a big piece of the puzzle. Yeah, I think it's mostly that. And I feel like, dude, we've probably said it at some point. I'm saying, I bet that we've been holding on to the secret of this whole motherfucker since the beginning or something. Why else are they so scared of us, bro? What did we say? Did we say anything early on that's would have been crazy then, but might not be now. I feel like they are scared of us. Dude, they literally throttle me. I've been stuck at 613 followers on Instagram. Now I can't get more than 30 people in this room at one time. Like, what the fuck, man? My fucking YouTube is so throttled. My TikTok, too. Even though, luckily, the last, like, 2 weeks has been pretty good, actually. I might get my fucking playlist back soon enough. But my account is also in account warning, and I have 10 fucking, like, strikes. And they're literally all bullshit. And it doesn't matter. When they get my account, it's over. There's no one to talk to at fucking TikTok. But there's a UFO battle?
Okay, we've got to talk about the Battle of Gajas, Brazil, between UFOs and the...
Before my video even finished loading, I got a strike for trying to post about NASA controlling the weather. Like, dude, don't control the weather and we won't have to fucking talk about it. And like, dude, just delete the video. It's so bullshit to fucking give us all strikes and literally delete our accounts for this shit. Like, everyone knows, man. Get over it. Y'all did it. Stupid asses.
Military. This is nuts. Military shot down UFOs. There was one human death. It's crazy. There's multiple witnesses. There's multiple videos of this battle and the events leading up to it. And afterwards, it's a crazy story. So let's get into it. Get in here. This is Jack with Cosmic Road. I talk about UFOs and the paranormal. Please hit like, please subscribe, share on social media, and let me know what you think in the comments below. Dude. I remember when
am I going to see an alien? Dude, am I just going to bop one in the nose? No, I'm going to be nice to it no matter what. I'll have a lot of questions, though. Got lots of questions. Why the fuck did you guys only talk to the military? Screw them. Why don't you just eat all of their fucking, like, vaporize all of their weapons? Do it right now. Do it all at once. You guys could do it with, like, 3 of your stupid crop circle drones. Jackasses. Like, y'all have interfered, dog. It's time to stop these rat fuckers. Stop leaving us hints and just put Peter Thiel's fucking face in a field in Cuntsbury fucking England, you know? Why do they only put the crop circles in England? What's up with that?
Event happened in 2020. There's a lot of rumors going around. There was talk about all these videos being scrubbed from the internet and witnesses being silenced, and I can totally see why, because it was a huge event and an incredible event that they attempted to wipe away. But thanks to some people on Reddit and one particular YouTuber, and I will link to his full video, a great video where he's able to compile a lot of this footage and present this amazing incident in as full and complete detail as it can. And I'll go over it more briefly in this video. But yeah, so there were a lot of UFOs in Gajas, Majas, and the surrounding area, not just in Brazil, but also in Peru, leading up to this event. And there was led up to one big UFO that was kind of a mass sighting. And you'll get to see that. And then there was the battle over Majas.
This is the fucking alien that came out of this fucking ship, dude. They said it was wet. It was so wet for some reason. Not in a sexy way. They meant in a bad way. They were like, he's puffy and wet as fuck, dude. Like, stinky wet.
Where there was... Yeah, there was the military came in, and apparently the U.S. military used some energy weapons to shoot these objects down. There was a battle near a weapons factory, and one of the people working at the weapons factory was killed. And yeah, so we'll go over it all.
What the fuck was
and then
this?
there was the hunt for the beings and
11
executing the
months.
beings and maybe taking one captive. It's a crazy story. It's a crazy story. So here is some footage of UFOs leading up to that event, and there is music playing in the background, so I'm going to have to mute it.
Let's go. Oh, fuckaroni. What the frick? What is this shit? They were all coming out of the one place. Yo. What is that? Is that a plasma ball? It looks like it. They're like scoping out a... Oh! That's 4 plasma balls. They're like, oh, let's go... They're like tagging. They're like gonna go do their crop circle tagging tonight. What's OVNI? What the fuck is this? I can't see shit. What are you doing? What are you doing, dude? You got a fucking telescope? You're trying to show your phone the telescope? What the fuck? They showed it for 2 seconds. Yo, what is this red ball? What the fuck? What the? The fuck? Dude, stop it. What? They didn't do that. What?
There you go, and at the end you get to see that big UFO that was kind of the mass sighting, you know, and it was a really interesting...
Wait, where was the big Where's the big?
There you go, and at the
Oh, is that big one? I thought that was a bunch of little ones. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Oh, I see. It's just...
There you go, and at the end you get to see that big UFO that was kind of the mass sighting, you know, and it was a really interesting UFO. So, you know, you can say it was drones or whatever, but yeah, it was seemingly a real UFO.
Ooh,
and then we come to the battle, and we have multiple videos of that from multiple people, and I'll just let you see it. This is the battle, if you want to call it that. There were some UFOs.
There was a group sighting at Red Rocks Amphitheater. Did anyone get footage? 12 employees? Really? Is there any video?
Over Majus, and they were seeming to congregate around a weapons factory there, which is interesting. It makes you wonder what was going on at that weapons factory. Were there some nuclear stuff going on?
No, I think, dude, I think that they fucking are like making sure that we don't use them. They're always by the nukes. I've speculated this for a while, that if we try and drop a nuke, I bet that they'll stop it. They'll grab it. I hope. That would be so baller, dude. I wish they would just take over the fucking broadcasts and just be like, your government is literally a bunch of Nazis in a trench coat run by Peter Thiel and Elon Musk. Not a joke. That would be so cool of them.
There's some, you know, weapons of mass. What were they doing? What were they doing? Why were the beings interested in it? In any case, the human authorities weren't real happy with the UFO presence there, and they came in and did something about it. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I am not at all convinced that we have picked the right side in this conflict. As I have reported on many times, there's a war on UFOs. We shoot at these objects frequently, and they occasionally will shoot back. At the same time, the UFO control group seems to be working with beings and has for a long time, and they have helped us develop technology, and we have our own UFOs. We're flying around, and we are assisting them in their projects, you know, abducting people and whatnot. So there's a close interaction between...
Knowing what we know, knowing what we've looked at, they probably multiply the nukes and sell anti-nuke domes for a subscription fee. God damn it, you're so right.
The control group and the beings according to the best available information. At the same time, we're shooting at UFOs, presumably from a different group. So it seems like we are caught in some sort of cosmic conflict, and the beings we are working with may be using us to, attack their enemies. Have we chosen the right side in this conflict? I don't know.
Doubtful.
I'm very worried that we have not. The best available, information we have about who we have chosen to interact with is the Eisenhower Treaty story. And according to the most persistent available story, there were multiple races offered to make treaties with Eisenhower.
Oh shit. Okay, wait, hold on one second. I just gotta tell everyone that Paul is going crazy reposting right now. He just reposted this and it says, "Get your popcorn ready. It's gonna be a spicy week." And Paul Wysopal retweeted that, okay? Just telling everyone, okay? Who knows what they'll do? Let's see. And then he just posted John McAfee seen walking the streets of San Salvador. Paul. FBI top dog. Paul. Oh yeah, dude. Paul reposts the wildest shit. Him and Eddie, they never reply to me though. I'm always asking about I'm always sending them pictures. I gotta get Eddie. Oh fuck, I gotta make an Eddie one and all the E-longs. Dude, I got work to do. Now I got a bunch of new emotes that we need. We better have like 25 emotes available or something. Dude, I know. The 4th of July is not going to be good. I know. I've been worried about that too. Like, these psychos would do something like that. Dude, okay, here, if they do a false flag attack, can they please just do an Independence Day kind? Please. Blow up the White House, I mean. The aliens, not anyone that I know. Talking about the aliens. Yeah, dude, the 4th feels weird. Make an E-long, a long, wide emote. we'll make E... Dude, oh, okay. So we've got E-long, and then we'll have E-wrong, and E-wrong is, the one that was behind Sam Altman in that congressional hearing. E-wrong.
There was an enlightened race that wanted to give us more enlightenment sort of gifts and have an enlightened relationship with us, but they wanted us to...
Yo, can we get that back, please? Can we get the enlightened relationship? And can you please take our demons out for us? Just vaporize them.
Disarm our nukes.
E-bong.
And Eisenhower, who had just won a war with nukes and ended World War II and prevented a land invasion of Japan with those weapons that may have killed millions of people, he chose not to do that. Wisely or not, I can't say. I can see his point of view, but ultimately I think that having a relationship with a phenomenon with a goodly enlightened race probably would have been to everybody's benefit. Instead, he made a deal according, again, to this version of the story, and there's multiple versions of the story, with the Greys, who are more self-interested in they don't necessarily have our best interest at heart. So...
No, the fuck they don't. Wait, aren't the Greys the slaves? The little slave people?
But they were willing to give us technology. And, according to the best available information, they have. So, I tend to believe or, lean toward believing that version of the story since it fits the facts that, as I see them, as I reported on. However, new information could change that. And I'm totally open to new information. I do think the control group is probably working with multiple races. Anyway, enough preamble. Here is the battle.
After the 12th.
Dude, you know they're working with all the aliens and they're playing them all off each other, trying to start nuclear galactic war.
It seems as though sightings in Majora continued. Something changed in those couple days. On the 14th, a couple incredible clips went absolutely viral, before being almost immediately.
The Greys are what we think of when we think of aliens abducting humans. Oh, okay. Yeah, so they gave us what? What did they give us? Microwave? So now we microwave our fucking atmosphere for them? And we said, yeah, you guys can fucking abduct anyone you want as long as it's for 48 hours or less? Dude, I hate our government. That treaty is done.
Immediately scrubbed from the internet. First, we have this, what seems to be military artillery detonating around UFOs in an absolutely wild clip.
Why are they firing at them? Did they do anything? Like, dude, they're trying to fucking start a galactic war with these aliens. Yo. Oh my god. Why are they doing that?
Then there's this clip.
Dude, they're gonna get us all cataclysmed.
Although I have seen evidence that this particular clip could just as easily be from a meteor shower. Witnesses claim to have seen not one, but two unidentified flying objects crash. It does kind of look too good to be true, but people did say they saw it crash, so who knows. There's a much more realistic, grainy video showing a burst of bright light and explosion over a ridge. The person that posted this video was confirmed via local media to be a local resident. The area shown in this video apparently perfectly matches up with being—
Bro, they are never, ever, ever gonna let us live. They're definitely gonna pull the cataclysm button. They're like, these fucking people don't get it. We keep sending them pictures over and over and over and over again. We've taught them how that we're friends 1 billion times. They drank 3 of our kids that EBE left. They just shot a fucking ship out of the sky. Why would they just do that? I know. Yeah, I know. If aliens wanted us gone, we would be gone. There would be no war. Exactly. I know. I feel like that is why I know that they still do have hope in us. I'm just saying, like, at a certain point, they're going to fucking run out. It's like 2024. We're still shooting fucking missiles at them. They're not even doing anything. Like, dude, give them a fucking wave. Why can't we be like, hey, write something to them in the sky? Let's write more crop circles to them. We should write a crop circle to them and be like, hey, stop giving shit to the military. Give us something. The fuck? Stop listening to them. They're going to get us all killed.
being behind Imbel, an arms manufacturing facility in Majora.
I know, right? Crazy. And there's more.
Next morning, an intrepid young group made their way to the Imbel facility with a plan to fly their drone up above the forest behind Imbel where they believed the crash site would be. This is what they saw.
Yo, what? What?
É bomba essa porra.
And it wasn't just them. Many residents caught video and audio of what sounds like a firefight in the woods as military helicopters and vehicles flood the area.
Yeah, the prisons have nice green canvases to write. They're killing the ET, they're destroying the evidence. Why? The entire town is in panic. They saw it. Did you hear? Dude, fuck these military. Yo, riblets. Dang, you're making me so hungry. Dude, I would smash a platter of riblets right
Aqui do lado é Pau Grande, Magé. Se liga, olha isso. Caraca,
now.
mano.
I like the fries too. And the barbecue sauce.
Aí, ó. O exército tá escondendo alguma coisa.
It's gonna be depressing when a hedge fund finally, you know, dismantles Applebee's and sells it all off for parts, like will inevitably obviously happen. Dude, fuck. That's just a helicopter.
Yeah, so after the battle, you know, people were driving around looking for these beings and, you know, trying to figure out what was going on, you know, just the people of the town. And they were aware the military had come in and done this and were hunting the beings. And they seemed to be more, the townspeople, according to that one video, they were more pro-ET than they were military. And then there's the human death as well as the alien death associated with the story.
One of the locals claimed that one of the employees at the Imbel facility had died, and this is apparently corroborated by the victim's sister posting on Facebook. When translated, does say just that. The sister is exposing that her brother passed away in a suspicious explosion, and that it needs to be investigated.
And who shot these objects down? Well, of course, it was the U.S. military.
Multiple different people both reported and got some video of U.S. military ground forces arriving, wearing black armor, and that they used some sort of beam weapon to down the two crashed UFOs.
And they came in and they covered all this up.
A beam weapon from a fucking plane, huh? You don't say. It couldn't be anything kind of like... this now, could it? No, I'm kidding. We're going down here. Huh. Is it like that? A little bit? Or no? Or is it not like that? Dude, they're going to annihilate us all if we don't stop these fuckers.
And they got the craft and the bodies, and it sounds like they even executed some of the beings.
Apparently, a friend of the caller's wife lives in Majé and told him that something very large had made impact with the ground in the land behind the Imbel facility. The next morning, the army was there, and the explosions that people were hearing were the army trying to gain access into the craft. The caller goes on to say that 3 alien beings were in the ship. One was shot on sight by the military, while the other 2 escaped into the forest, and that this is why the Brazilian and
This is psychotic. Why would they do this?
U.S. Army were searching the forest in the days and weeks after the initial sightings. And finally, he also said that U.S. military showed up with black armor and strange big weapons.
It's a crazy story, it really is, but it does fit a pattern that I have seen in my research and that I have reported on, where we shoot at these things, we've developed weapons to shoot at them. In some cases, it even appears that we fire at these objects with conventional weapons.
We're probably fucking shooting at them because they are probably, like, EBE is trying to get us to be normal. He's trying to get us to chill, I think. And the American government's like, we have to suck up all the oil out of the ground. It's just for us. Shut up. I want to bathe in it.
Which is really interesting because occasionally it seems to work.
It's very interesting. I've never thought of oil as just being fucking blood until now. It's crazy. Of course it is. That's why they're obsessed with it too. Freakazoids.
Which is really weird. I don't know how that's possible. But in any case, yeah, we shoot at these guys and sometimes they shoot back and sometimes they...
Dude, I feel gross when I litter. So I don't. How could you be a company and like DuPont and just be like, oh, just fucking pump the radioactive waste in the river. Why not? Like, dude, fuck the river. That's what DuPont says. That's what all these people say.
They have killed people. Of course, in their defense, they are typically acting defensively. Of course, you could make the argument, and in this case, you got UFOs hovering around a weapons factory, possibly up to no good. Maybe our guys were just defending the locals and their right to defend themselves or what have you. So you could.
No, it's because they're probably going to drop a big fat nuke on someone.
We don't really know what's going on. We don't know who we have chosen to ally with and who we have chosen to attack. So until there is some sort of disclosure where people come out and tell us what the hell is going on, it doesn't even have to be the government. The beings themselves could come down and say, hey, this is what's going on. I've been combing through experiencer accounts trying to get a handle on that, get some behind the scenes information on that. I haven't really got a good beat on that yet. I've come across experiencer accounts that will talk about, the control group working with multiple races of beings. But I don't have a good handle on the big cosmic picture, except as far as stuff like, the book, The Voyagers, The Sleeping Abductees by Ashiana Dean, who does go into a lot of detail about the various races and subraces and their various relationships and also relationship with humanity and why.
Dude, they just have like a free-for-all. There's different like trickster type species. They're all just using us and doing whatever. They think it's hilarious. And then there's some good ones, but they won't interfere. Great.
They're here. So, but I take all that with a grain of salt. But I would love some more direct information, either from the government, you'd have to take that with a big grain of salt, or the beings, which you would also have to use a substantial amount of salt with. But at least we might be getting a glimpse of the picture, or at least of the narrative that they want to advance. So I'm hoping for more information, but in the meantime, I will continue reporting on UFO news, metaphysical news, and information, and trying to make sense of this. And if you guys have a better beat on this than I do, and exactly what's going on, please drop me a line, because I would love to figure all this out. This seems like it's pretty important. I mean, there's actually violent acts going on, and there's battles with UFOs, multiple battles with multiple countries over decades. This is probably important. So so help me figure it out, guys, and I will continue telling you what I can figure out. If you've enjoyed this video or gotten something out of it, please give me a big thumbs up. I sure would appreciate it. Smash the like button, smash the subscribe button, and the bell to be notified of future videos. There's a link to...
Wait, Dane, what do you mean? All I know is my NSA dad told me they did this one day in like 2003 in Montana. What? You mean something about riblets? What the hell are you talking about? I don't remember this. Sorry, it was a little back. No one remembers, probably.
The full video, the source video, in the description, and I encourage you to watch it because they do go into more detail. It's a terrific video, and I do want to give a shout out to that channel into that video before I leave. So, okay, all right, there's plenty of other videos on this channel for you to check out, and if you do want to support the channel in a bigger way, you can drop me a PayPal.
My dad told me one day that we downed a UFO over the Montana border. Yeah, dude, that's so... And that all the aliens died. That's such bullshit, man. Why would they do that? Like, they've had contact with them before. Shouldn't they all know? Like, yo, stop. That pisses me off, dude. What the fuck? Riblets are an Applebee's food. Who, your dad? UFO daddy? He was shook up about the aliens? Why can't we be nice to 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 aliens?
aliens, boys.
Oh my god, come on. What the fuck? Watch a lot of fucking Y-Files. It's okay because we love Hecklefish now.
Told me I see
Play
you
Patter
eyes, but I always fall.
Oh yeah, let's bring him over by Paul.
I see you come, I see you go. He said, all things pass into the night. I said, hey Peter. I must say you're wrong.
Like Paul?
I must disagree. Look at them ears.
Holy God. Oh my God, dude.
Look at them things.
He told me I've seen it all before. I've been there. I've seen my hopes and dreams lying on the ground. I've seen the sky
things. Oh shit, I forgot to unplug.
to fall. He said, all things pass into the night. And I said, hey,
Hydrate Reinhardt. On you to the big faces. And Peters. A fucking uncle or something. Hey Eddie boy, are you the fucking grandson of Reinhardt Heydrich? I gotta know, I just gotta know for me, please. Just let me know, I gotta know if I'm fucking right about this. I've never been right before, hey. And I think since you ignore me all the time, I'm pretty fucking sure that I'm right, boy. Look at them fucking ears. Look at them big ol' fucking Paul doves. Look at them old big ol' Paul doves. I'm a sweaty lizard man. I'm a sweaty little guy. This is Peter Teals. We don't have any friends. And worst of all, he never ever had a fucking dog. Peter Teal has never had a dog before in his life ever. He's never ever had a dog or touched a cat. Peter Teal's the saddest, loneliest man in the world. He's on to the bench of his boyfriends. In my opinion, I'm pretty sure that he had a couple hitmen, maybe to push his boyfriend off a railing. Cause he's too much of a little insane to do it himself. Peter Teal's sweaty lizard man, you gotta get out of this land, boy. Stay in Antarctica and talk to the Black Pyramid and let it tell you that you look like shit, boy. Buzz Aldrin died because I think, was telling him that he is the Hat-Man and he's a fucking bad man. He told Buzz Aldrin he's a bad little guy, and here is too, and so is Paul, and so is Eddie, and so is Reinhardt Heydrich. Look at these fucking goofy ass ears. Look at, oh my God. Look at Peter.
Love you. Dude, look at these fucking goofy ass dudes. They are the super mention, uber mention boys. Yeah. Okay, sure. But anyway, dudes, what is today? Sunday. I'll see you tomorrow. Okay. Have a good night. Bye. Appreciate you.